I let my voice get lost in silence. I can't find it. Don't say the words, I'll keep on smiling. But if I'm honest, my hands reaching out, 'cause I know I can't do this alone. It's hard to say that I need somebody to hold me when I'm losing hope. Oh, can you throw me a lifeline? Torn on the inside, I need somebody to hear my cries. My life is not mine, trying to stay alive. Somebody tell me I'll be alright. There's a feeling that I've been chasing, and I'm scared that I can't face it. Could you shine a light? I'm holding on tight, waiting for somebody to throw me a lifeline. Waiting for somebody to throw me a lifeline. Please throw me a lifeline. Somebody throw me a I know you're sick of the same excuses. Why do I do this? Wish you could show me, 'cause I feel useless. About to lose it. My hands reaching out, 'cause I know I can't do this alone. It's hard to say that I need somebody to hold me when I'm losing hope. Oh, can you throw me a lifeline? Torn on the inside, I need somebody to hear my cries. My life is not mine, trying to stay alive. Somebody tell me I'll be alright. There's a feeling that I've been chasing, and I'm scared that I can't face it. Could you shine a light? I'm holding on tight, waiting for somebody to throw me a lifeline. Tell me I'll be alright. Please throw me a lifeline. There's a feeling that I've been chasing, and I'm scared that I can't face it. Could you shine a light? I'm holding on tight, waiting for somebody to throw me a lifeline. Crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibition, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights, I know. Getting high, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you, I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights, I know. But I will guide you home. But I will guide you home.
Hello, hello, hello to everyone who identifies as Late Night Gang. Oh my god, I have not gone live this late in a while. But things have been very weird today. Very, very strange day. That said, I'm ready to... Yeah, you know what, Nye, it's so funny you just wrote ready to lock in, because I was literally about to say, I'm ready to lock in. I'm very excited about tonight's stream. Y'all voted over on the Discord. Sorry to those of you not in the Discord, or who missed that at everyone ping. But there were two different options for tonight's late start. Either I was going to beat the game Crow Country, the indie horror game I've been playing, which has been a lot of fun, and I still intend on beating. Or we're going to read creepypastas tonight as a community, and then I'm going to put a poll into chat after each one so we can vote on... Was it actually scary, or was it actually kind of a flop? We'll be doing that all night, because that is what won by a pretty big margin over on the Discord. So hopefully that's a lot of fun. Sorry again for the late start time. Morgan and I have been swamped with so many errands and obligations and things we've had to do. Tomorrow is her best friend's daughter's birthday, so we were out running some errands, grabbing some gifts, etc., etc. Morgan had to stream, I had to stream, we both had some other work stuff to do, so unfortunately, she was not able to get me into makeup between her stream and mine, which is just how it goes. It is what it is. So Fem Friday obviously is not happening tonight, but Fem stream, guaranteed, moved to Sunday. We are going to get going a lot earlier, we don't have obligations on Sunday, so a Fem stream should be 100% go on Sunday. Speaking of Morgan, thank you so much to anyone who came over in her raid. Thank you for supporting her as well. I really hope you had a great time over there. She was just telling me she had a great stream with everybody, so I'm so glad to hear that. But welcome on in, everyone. Let me say my hellos quick, and then we can go over more of what's going on tonight. Xander, what's up? Talia, Whiplash, Jacob, Uber, Scattered, Brookie, hello, hi. Kirian, Kim, Rakalov, Melanie, hello. Kit, what's up? How we doing? Arahaku, Petty, Austin, what's good, dude? Good seeing you here. Sammy, hello. Mouse, thank you for the 7 stream streak. CJ, enjoy your lurk. Sally, what is going on? Hello. Kirian, also enjoy your, I was going to say enjoy your work. Enjoy your lurk, but also hopefully you can enjoy your work as well. Brookie, good to have you here. Nye, hello again. Jules, what's up? Ren, what's going on? Hello. Banana Moon Puppy, thank you so much for 65 streams. Phantasm, so nice to see you here. Merm, what's up? So good to see you here again. Talia, I can't remember if I said hi to you or not, but hello, hi. It's always so lovely to see you. Xander, listen, I got plans for Crow Country. I will let you know. Those of you who voted for it, please don't feel bad, because it's obviously something I'm really looking forward to beating as well. Should be exciting. Gooby, welcome to the stream. Ty, hello. Your teeth hurt. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I hope they feel better. Honestly, teeth pain is like some of the worst in the world. Teeth discomfort, it doesn't even have to be pain. It's just like, even if it's discomfort, it's annoying, right? Morgan's stream was so great. Best vibes and the cards read us to filth. I hear that a lot from Morgan's streams. That's lovely, Merm. I'm glad you had a great time over there. Liz, how we doing? Gray Lady, what's up? Good to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Zeppelin, always so good to have you here. We'll lurk for a while playing Coral Island. Oh my god, enjoy. It's going to be probably like opposite vibes during your lurk then to what's going on tonight, because we're going to be reading some scary spaghettis tonight, some creepy pastas. Jules, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak also. It's fine, I just had to say it the right way. That's not the right way. Oh my god. We're not calling that we're not calling that brilliant, amazing game Crow Country what everyone in chat has been trying to call it recently. We're not doing that. Yeah, Crow Crunchy. It is kind of crunchy. I like how crunchy it is, honestly. Merm, thank you so much for the 7 streams. Really means a lot. It's been lovely getting to know you. Liz with the 7 streams as well. I've brought my hunger for some creepy pastas. Oh my gosh. But it wants to be called that. It says who? Who told you that? Who's spreading this misinformation? Let me get myself on myselves. Guys, it's all one of me. Myselves. What's up? Hello, hi, welcome. Yeah, scary SpaghettiOs? Oh my god. Let the crows... Chat, we're not Go. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Not tonight. No way. Oh my gosh. Good Lord. If my eyes look very tired tonight, it's because they are. I'm very exhausted. Have you seen Mara? She's serving. She does serve a bit. She does. The flamingo shirt, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is, it's really funny because I've owned this for years and people have always enjoyed it on me. I'm not sure why. I think it's just because flamingos are cool, right? Glad that y'all like it. Melanie, hello, hi. Designer eye bags, gang, yeah, that, and I've been really, like, stretched thin recently. I've been very tired. I was just sort of, I don't know, commiserating with Morgan. I was just telling her I've been kind of tired recently. I've been, like, a little bit down. I think a big part of it is the sun is going down so much earlier with the colder weather coming in and everything. I love autumn. Fall is my favorite season, but, like, also seasonal affective, you know? It's one of those types of nights. I'm ready for the opposite vibes. Cora will keep me from being too scared so I can go to sleep later. Fair. Here's the thing I've learned about creepypastas, though, is most of them, the gimmick in them is not that scary. So, if you need some laughter, we might be reading some of these and then going, seems very, I'm 14 and this is deep. So glad you read my typo right. Listen, I do the best I can as someone with dyslexia. Nye, thank you for the 15. I appreciate that. Thank you for sticking around for 15 streams. Hope you guys get to make time for yourself. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's literally the thing that I was just getting emotional with Morgan about before stream, is I have not had a lot of time to just, like, sit down and breathe for a while. Every time that I have, like, a day off, it's actually just hours of me doing things behind the scenes for work. But that said, these moments I get to spend with the community are not part of my stress at all. I've been really enjoying hanging out with the community recently. I just feel like the vibes here have been super good. It's always a pick-me-up. It's always been. I will say this, last night's stream, the Chaotic Noise stream, though, I was exhausted. I conked out like a light immediately after that stream. That stream, like, mentally destroyed me. I think next time, maybe we keep it to a healthy, like, 15 sounds. I think, like, 25 was too many for me. I was, like, breathing heavy. I was like, oh my god, like, my head hurt so bad. I think we should, like, a good, like, 15 to 18 sound effects, I think should be good. 25 was pushing the limits, honestly. So, Loy, welcome to the stream. Hello. Yeah, same. Yeah, a lot of people probably felt that one. It was funny. Don't get me wrong. I laughed, but I laughed so hard that I could not laugh anymore. I just, like, was out of energy. I got exhausted. So, Sammy, not on my end. I haven't dropped any frames, so it might be on yours or Twitch's. I'm so sorry.
Oopsie doopsie, so he's still go to jail.
Thank you so much, Kenny. What's up, man? Thank you so much. I think if you say oopsie doopsie sorry, then it automatically absolves you of guilt. I think that's a real thing. Thank you so much for the bits. I was so sad I fell asleep watching last night. My next free day, it's VOD time. Oh my god. It's a mess, Kim. I don't know. I added more and more throughout the course of the night. My brain was still buzzing after. It took me a while to wind down. Same. I feel you. I mean, I was exhausted, so I, like, went to sleep pretty quick, but, like, it felt like I had been in a car accident. Like, all night. I was just, like, at some point I remember being like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be talking while I'm streaming. Juba, welcome to the stream. Hello. I was enjoying the vibes and then I zonked out for the night. Fair, Jules. Very fair. Fell asleep during the noise stream. Well, howdy do. I'm so glad that some of you were lulled into some sort of peace from that stream. I wonder what the upper limit of noises is that our brains would start to put them together as one big noise and, like, chill and feel better. Oh, where it becomes, like, white noise? How do you know? Twitch app just randomly stopping the stream. Hey, that's Twitch app for you. A car accident from the pipe truck. Yeah. It's like the pipe truck. It was like that scene in Final Destination where there was just a giant flatbed truck in front of me. And all the pipes fell off and then hit me all in the head one after another. And then that's by, like, hour 2 of that stream last night. I was just like, I have a concussion. No physical damage was done with, like, something that, like, actually hit me in real life, but somehow these noises have, like, shaken up my brain and have given me some sort of damage. Twitch Mobile's been struggling. It has been. Oh my god, I was trying to watch one of my friend's streams earlier tonight, and it's just like such a mess of an app right now. I laid face down on my bed in pure silence for 10 minutes to reset, dude. And here's the thing, is like, I really hit a point last night where it's like, God, it's so funny, like, that those streams are things that people want, and they're really fun. And they did, like, I was laughing hard in the beginning. Like, there's a lot of good clips people took of me, like, wheeze laughing, because it was so funny. But, like, it does get to the point where I'm just, like, I'm kind of just tired, and my neurodivergent, like, you know, brain hit the limit, the quota. Yeah, the lumber truck scene in Final Destination, oh, sticks with me forever, Xander. Are we allowed to suggest stories, or do you have pre-chosen ones? I might look to chat for a couple suggestions tonight. I think it'll be fun. We'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, there's gonna be some. I know that creepypasta.com has a random story button, so maybe I'll just be hitting that, and it will be like dealer's choice, and we'll see what happens. And it could be an absolute mess tonight. Could be really funny, honestly. It might like take away a little bit of the scariness for people. Flame Princess, hello. I finally have Wi-Fi after a few days. Well, welcome back to the internet. Hello. Me starting late here tonight means that we'll probably be streaming kind of late, but also appreciate you for however long you can stick around. I know it's very, very late for some people. Thank you for being here at all. I always get bummed out when I go live this late, but it just is what it is. The universe sometimes gets in my way, and it is how the world works. So we'll hopefully make up for that. I'll probably stream a little bit tomorrow night. Morgan and I, again, are going to her friend's daughter's birthday sometime in the afternoon/evening. And then I'll leave that a little bit early just so I can get back and do some work. And then Sunday, we are 100% moving the Fem stream to Sunday. Guaranteed that it will happen Sunday. Morgan and I are like, we have to make it happen. So Sunday will be the start of some Fem streams. So I'm hoping that people will have a lot of fun with those. I was taken in 2 streams last night, so it kind of equalized. So the other one was horror, so it worked for the better. You got laughs on one side, you got scares on the other. I don't know what's been up with my Twitch, but no matter what device, I've been having issues with buffering. That's so weird. I think maybe it's just like a lot of people are on right now. I have no idea. Amazon, small independent company with access to only billions of dollars, you know? We gotta feel bad for the big guys sometimes, too. Yeah, Fem Fun Day, exactly. It'll be Selfish Sunday, Fem Fun Day. It will be a good time. We'll do some media review, and, I don't know, maybe try to beat Crow Country tomorrow or Sunday. So, lots and lots of fun stuff going on. On the Lord's Day, even. What a power move. Also, wait, speaking of, was it not International Coming Out Day? Like today or yesterday or something like that? Regardless of which day it is, happy International Coming Out Day. Whether you're someone who has come out very publicly, or if you are someone who is still wondering, figuring it out, if you are in the closet and it's not safe for you to come out yet, or you're not comfortable with doing so, please know you're very valid. It's okay to wonder, it's okay to change how you feel, etc. But yeah, happy coming out day to all those who are, you know, part of the Pride umbrella. We appreciate you a ton, and it's lovely having you here. Recently got done with being on my feet 4 hours straight cooking loaded baked potato soup, chicken and biscuits, chicken with honey glazed carrots and scalloped potatoes, Japanese beef style stew. Oh my god, you like just cook feasts. You should just open a restaurant. That sounds so good. Fellfish Fem Fun Day, yeah. Yo, what's up, Phoebe? How we doing? Welcome to the stream. My area had a festival for International Coming Out Day. I love that. That's cute. Leaf, what's up? Good to see you here. Hello. It is today. Awesome. I don't think I've ever actually come out officially. Oops. Same. I mean, I talk about it. I talk about my identity regularly, but I've never been like, hey guys, I'm this. Because my philosophy has always been labels aren't really that big of a thing for me. I understand why they make other people comfortable, or why they help other people feel like they belong, or figure themselves out by going, oh my god, I didn't know there was a term for what I feel like. And I think that's lovely for other people, but for me, I'm just me at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if I am presenting femme or masculine, if I am, attracted to certain people or what. Like, I am just me. It doesn't really affect the rest of who I am. It obviously sets a lens that I can look at the rest of the world through and how I interact with it and how others interact with me sometimes, but I'm just me, and that's okay. You're just as valid if that's the way that you think as well. The same way that if you apply specific labels to yourself, you're 100% valid. Here and everywhere else, I promise you. Wilting T, welcome to the stream. Hello, yeah. Happy gay day. Yeah, exactly, Nye. Debating coming out to my coworkers, but Florida, so I don't know. Fair. And again, that's the whole thing. You're still valid if you have to stay in the closet, if you're only partially out. Like, if you're out here, we've had so many people who are like, I have only come out here to this community. And then everywhere in my personal life, I'm not out yet. Totally valid. You know your comfort level the best, and it's absolutely okay to keep that as something private to yourself if you need to in certain social circles or social settings. Just the way that it works. I just want to say my favorite creepypastas are the Disney ones. Oh my god. Well, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening tonight. I would love to read some of the like parodies of like major properties like that, Whiplash. I think that would be really funny. I'm just me and queer, and if anyone has a problem, listen, you can take the /JK away. That's okay. Listen, we have the right to defend ourselves. We have the right to stick up for ourselves, Nye. That said, again, if you are someone who's only come out here, please know that we embrace you, we support you. We've had a bunch of people who have had like a lot of success feeling emboldened and confident by having a community here that supports them. And as a result, it's helped them take strides in real life as well, and in other circles and whatnot, other settings. So I'm glad that we can be a small stepping stone in that process for some people. And those of you who are out loud and proud, that's awesome as well. That's dope. I love that for you. Again, I'm someone who just, I talk about this stuff pretty directly, but I've never like had a post like, hey guys, my name's Brian and I'm gender fluid. Like I've never done that. I've never done that. And you don't have to. But if you want to, that's lovely as well, because it does take a lot of courage. It does take a lot of confidence. And I freaking love those moments for you. So proud of you all. When IRL LGBTQ plus friends talk about lack of social spaces, I always brag about this community. I mean, this community is great for it. You can test things out. You can share who you are. You can just be yourself, and I think that rocks. Most people don't know I'm non-binary. Jules? Well, I do, and we appreciate you for that. I came out as a lesbian, had a little comp het relapse last year. Dated a man, huge mistake, and now I'm happier and more comfortable than ever with the label of lesbian. I'm a chronic woman enjoyer. I fear it might be terminal. Listen, Mouse, women are kind of awesome. I'll say it, you know? They said the thing. You just did. It's so funny, because, like, I've come out to a couple friends privately about certain things, and they'll be like, that's awesome, cool. And that's it. And I go, cool. That is all I really needed from you. Oh my god, Chaotic, thank you for the 65 stream streak. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you for sticking around so long. Amy, what's good? Hello. Welcome, welcome. Stand your ground, but it's National Coming Out Day. Shoots rainbow confetti out of a pistol. That's amazing. I love that. I love that so much. Oh my god, Brookie, the mentioning the rake at all sends me into a tailspin. Into, like, a dimension that only exists in the past. Unreal. The rake was such a huge thing for a while. Same with, like, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Obviously, Slender Man was the big thing. So much. Hey, chat, no offense, but women are pretty sick. Yeah. They're pretty neat. I'll say it. Shark, what's good? Good to have you here. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. As someone with a wife, I gotta say, women. I miss my wife, Tails. Oh my god. Kit, Jesus. I approved that, but I approved it before I read what it said, and then I read what it said, and I went, oh my god.
Hi, friends.
That's so funny. Rye, what's up? Thank you so much for the 73 months. I appreciate that. That's huge. Can we get some pride today on International Coming Out Day? What the heck? Tiny Monster, what's good? Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Welcome. Not sure what I am, but I know I'm not cis. Hell yeah. I mean, again, your lifetime is at your own pace. You can take all the time you need to figure that out, and if you never put a specific label on it, who cares? You know how you feel at the end of the day. And that's all that really matters. And I want more people to embrace that because sense of self, I think, is so important. And it's why so many people out there are so miserable and try to project their own insecurities about how someone else is living their life onto others. And it's so ugly to see that because that's the root of so much bigotry, is this lack of self-confidence, this lack of like emotional intelligence, and people just projecting that onto others because it's something they don't really understand or whatever, right? And I think that it's a beautiful thing when someone understands themselves. I think it's a gorgeous thing when someone can go, it doesn't really matter what other people say about me and their opinion of me, because I know what I am. And that's a big part of pride. That's a big part of coming out. That's a big part of just, you know, the joy of being who you are. And in all aspects, it doesn't have to be necessarily gender or sexuality related. Also, Sarah, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome in, raiders. Please make sure you read the rules so you don't get timed out by me, a mod, or Nightbot. We'd hate to have that happen. M, welcome on in as well. Hello, hello. Labels are for the governable. Be yourself. Become ungovernable. And I like this, the slash half joking on that because, like, there is some truth to that, though. It's like, at the end of the day, if you're like, I don't want to be labeled, like, that's your choice. People can, like, huff and puff and be angry and be like, oh, well, that's inconsiderate. I mean, okay, under some subjective perspectives, it could be, I guess. But at the end of the, like, what can they do to make you stop doing that for yourself? If it brings you peace, if it brings you joy, you know? They can't force you to be like, okay, you're right, all right, I'm gonna be this, you know? Do your own thing. Be yourself. Frickin' know that there's a bunch of people here who are always going to do their best to support however you feel, whoever you are, you know? Stream was good. We vibed, drew some art perks for St. Jude and played some Fort. Love that for you. That's so fun. Yeah, they can try. Exactly. What are they going to do? Most of the people who give me shit about being part of the LGBTQ plus are people who are on the other side of a computer screen who can't do shit. Like, what are you're going to say a bunch of mean words to me that are probably even less mean than ones I've heard in real life before? Ooh, big scary internet person. Oh no, it's the guy with MAGA in his bio who says my pronouns are Trump/1. Oh no, who looks like the loneliest dude I've ever seen. Like, I don't care, dude. Try. You can't change who I am. The labels I feel best with have changed a lot as I've gotten older. Yeah, and that's the other thing, like, definitions change, how you feel about yourself changes, etc. It's just how it be, you know? They get mad because you don't fit into one of the boxes. They exist and are, quote, normal. Yeah, exactly. Which is why it's, like, very funny to be like, you're the fucking weird one, you know? You're the weird one. Like, it's become very funny to me to see, like, the aversion and the, like, really, like, whoa, like, big reaction calling, like, people on the right weird as we have recently, because everyone was like, JD Vance is, like, the weirdest fucking dude alive, right? It's been so funny to see, like, normies be like, oh, you can't call me weird, that's mean. It's like, but you called me a slur. You're weird. You're very strange. Burly Wolf, hello, hi. Who's the lad in the corner? Which corner of the screen are you talking about? Please. Malicious compliance. Use whatever pronouns they joke about having. Trump self. One self. Yo, what's up, Mello? How we doing? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, weird ass couch fucker. I love telling that, yeah. You know that a furniture store hates to see JD Vance coming. I love telling them that they're missing their tinfoil hats as them tweaking. It's mad weird. It is just, like, super bizarre, you know? Yeah, exactly, Shark. Exactly. It's just, like... just very bizarre. Very weird. Very strange behavior. Just emotionally unevolved human beings. And... that's the best way to look at it, is why would you let someone and I know this is a cliche, but it like just holds so true. Why would you let somebody that you wouldn't take advice from tell you how to live your life? Like, why would you do that ever? You know? Bottom right-hand corner, I'm sorry. I didn't even see that was a person sitting in the pumpkin. Oh, you're talking... Oh, this is me and Kiki from Kiki's Delivery Service. One of my favorite movies of all time. Cosplay. As a little witch that's just trying her best, who's burnt out on work, I resonate with that quite a bit. The themes of that movie, if you've never seen that movie, you're going to go in going, wow, that looks like such a cute movie. She's got a talking cat, and she's got a cute little broomstick and a big bow. Oh, that's so adorable. And then you watch it, and you go, oh my God, capitalism blows. Still need to watch Kiki's? Oh, jeez, it's so fun. So fun. There's a tiny Gigi plushie. Oh my God. I've seen so many. It sucks that like Ghibli merchandise is so much money because it's all like imported from Japan, right? Every time I see like a Gigi plushie in the wild, I want it, and it will be like this big, and I'll go and look at the price tag, and it's like $40, and I'll go, oh, awesome. I don't want to spend that on a little guy, you know? So glad I asked. I was going to say your sister is so pretty. Oh my God, wow, that's flattering. Thank you. You will see me dressed up like that on and off throughout the month. Trying to fit in more of it. Again, those of you who were in yesterday's stream, I know I said tonight was going to be Femme Friday. We had to cram in way too much today. So no Femme Friday tonight. However, that said, Femme Sunday is going to happen, or Femme Fun Day. Selfish Sunday, Femme Fun Day will be happening. So Sunday, mark your calendars. I will be in some sort of cosplay or just some sort of femme mode. It'll be fun. It'll be cute. And then tonight, for those of you wondering, again, sorry for the late start, but we got creepypastas to read. This is an incentive that you earned, I think, like a month ago or something like that. But I will be reading some creepypastas on... Excuse me. Oh my God, I suddenly got like super burpy. I will be going on to creepypasta.com, one of the classic websites of the internet. And some of these are going to be maybe actually scary. Maybe some of them are just going to suck and be kind of goofy. We will put up a poll in chat after each one. I'll put on some royalty-free scary music in the background. Ooh! And it will be a really, really good time, hopefully. And hopefully we can all enjoy some bedtime stories, because I did start so late here tonight. But thank you for sticking with me in my weird schedule. Y'all are truly the freaking best community in the whole world. Like, the best. Watch Kiki's for the first time as a 13 to 14-year-old freshly burnout gifted kid. Yeah, there's a reason it remains my favorite Girbeagly movie. It's up there. Speaking of talking cats, I had a dream the other night that I was cat-sitting Elsa. I let her sit on my shoulder, and she started talking to me. I might be spending too much time with y'all. That's so cute. That makes me want that to happen, though. What the heck? I want Elsa to talk to all of you. Guys, she started, like, begging for her food. So Sig always is loud. We call him Moo Cow Cat, because when he wants food, he walks around and goes, bow, bow, you know, like, and he does that regularly anyway. But the other night, it was their food time, and Morgan went to go feed Sig, and Elsa just stood in front of her bowl, and she sort of looked up at Morgan, and she just went like that. And she's been doing that, you know, only a couple times, but she's starting to do that, and it's really cute. Because we're like, oh my God, she's so comfortable that she's starting to actually speak. Jasmine's a big talker too. She always has something to say. That's so cute. I love that. I love when cats squeak. Well, she's so like little and like, I don't know, she's just so adorable. It's very fitting that she has a little squeak. It's so cute. I love it. My sister's tuxedo cat does the moo meow too when he plays. Oh my God. Sig is my favorite vocal boy. He always loves talking. Hey, like, we'll have conversations. I'll be like, Siggy, man, today sucked. How are you doing? How was your day? And he'll just look at me and be like, bow. And I'll be like, oh, that's good. You got a nap in? I hope it was a good nap. Do you have some good dreams tonight? And like, he'll just talk back and forth with me. It's the best. It is the best. I love talking to my cat. Speaking of tuxedo cats, while we were running errands, we went out to Target today, and I saw the Lego cat. I don't know if y'all have seen the model where you can build like a tuxedo cat out of Legos. A lot of people on the internet were using the template of it to build their own cats and their own, like, you know, color patterns and everything like that. And I was like, ooh, I want that. And it was like $90 or $100 though. And I was like, no, because that would have been awesome to build for one of the body doubling streams. But I'll save up to it. I feel like I need to hear a recording. Dies of Q. Oh man, we'll try to get one. We'll try to get one of Elsa making a little squeaky meow. It's really cute. Yeah, aware. Yeah, it was like oh man, there it is, the Lego cat. And then it was $100, and I went, oh, capitalism, awesome. Sunshine is a squeaky man too. It's funny because he's like this tall, muscular boy, but then he talks and he's just a little squeaky toy. That's funny. Sig has a meow that definitely fits him because he's just a huge chonkin' guy, and he definitely moos like a cow. I love him. I have the Lego Tuxedo Cat. It's one of the most fun ones I built. It looks so fun. I saw so many people's TikToks of them putting the Lego cat that looks like their cat in front of their cat, and their cat's just like doing like the Curb Your Enthusiasm type of thing, or like Parks and Rec thing, where it'd just be like they plop down the Lego cat that looks just like their cat, and then their cat would go into the camera. It was so funny. Time to save up for Lego cat set. Yeah, you guys know where my priorities are right now. Lego's priced for countries with better economies than ours. That's true. But Pluto's a tuxedo. Please, need to honor my son with giant Lego statue. I want it so bad. That's me with shirts that I like and manage to find in my size, but then I see the price. Yeah. I remember when t-shirts were like $10. Back in my day, t-shirts, you could find them. You go into the store, far as the eye could see. Affordable American goods. I wish it came in other colors. Bowie's a gray tuxedo. It'd be so fun to build on stream for his birthday. Yeah, a lot of people had to spend the extra money for like the custom bricks and stuff in the color palettes of their cats. But it was kind of a cool trend going around on TikTok for a while. But I did see they had a bunch more of the Marvel heads, like the Venom one that I just built. They had some Star Wars ones, so I might buy one of those for this month's body double stream, if streaming goes well. We have a cat named Cruiser, who's a big black cat, and that's not a cat. That's a 40-year-old man with a mortgage who got turned into a cat. He says meow like a person imitating a cat. That's so funny. Yeah, I regularly joke that because the way that Sig acts, he's not actually a cat. He's an alien that came down to study Earth and saw a cat as the first animal, and then like morphed into one of those to try to blend in and observe. Because Sig is like the weirdest dude alive. I love him. He is the funniest freaking cat in the world. He's so funny. Remember when blow pops were only 25 cents? Oh my god. I remember when blow pops were less than that. There was a little convenience store I would go to when my dad would take me to his work when I was a really young kid, and they had candy. Oh god, I sound so old saying this shit. They had candy for 10 cents. I call my cats aliens and gremlins constantly. Yeah, Sig is just an alien. He's just an alien trying to blend in. And then he went, oh my god, wow. Earthlings just feed their animal, like, wow, they let these fuzzy animals, these cats, be their rulers. They wait on them, hand and foot. Oh my gosh, I'll just stay in this form. That's what I think happened. I was gonna say 10-cent blow pop. Yeah, 10-cent blow pops. There used to be this, I remember there was this rumor, I brought this up before, and we have a pretty fresh group of people now in this community. So I'll ask some of you this. Did you have the myth? Because it was a myth, and there were a couple people I remember who said before that like they actually had stores that honored this, but there was a myth in my school where if you had a Tootsie Roll Pop wrapper, so not Blow Pop, but Tootsie Pop, that had the indigenous dude with the bow and arrow with the star on the tip of the arrow, if you had that little star on the wrapper, you could redeem it for another free Tootsie Pop. None of the stores that I had around me honored that, but there was a bunch of people who just, I don't know how that urban legend got started, but there was a bunch of people who, in this chat at least, swore that they had stores that honored that. I remember when Taco Bell had olives and green onions in their taco. Yes. Yep. Back in the day. It was a different thing. Yeah, wait. So everyone has heard about this? Well, Chaotic didn't hear about it. Okay. Mello didn't hear about it. Flame Princess. Okay, so some of you haven't heard about it, but those of you who have, I wonder how that spread. I wonder who invented that. Who made that up, dude? Which kid was like, hey, you know what? like, who did that? I have no idea. Wasn't that on every rapper? Yeah, that's the other part of it. I'm pretty sure it was on every single rapper. Never heard of this. Okay. I remember that rumor, but I never even got one, let alone tried it at a store. Oh, wild. I have no idea what you're talking about. Fair. That's all right. I kind of vaguely remember hearing that. I think I must have been really young because it's a very distant memory. Yeah, I am old. So... But I remember I used to beg my parents. I would get a Tootsie Pop, right, for like 10 cents. I would eat it. I would look at the wrapper. I'd go, oh my God, it has a star. We got to go back to the store. I can get another Tootsie Pop. And my parents would be like, that's fake. We're not going to do that. And then the one time they let me, the lady at the counter was like so nice. She was this like old lady. And she was like, oh dear, no, we don't do that. I'm so sorry. And then she saw me get kind of sad and then gave me a free Tootsie Pop anyway. The Tootsie Pop owl started it to boost sales so you could crunch on more Tootsie Pops. A 1, a 2, 3. 3. Voodoo, hey, what's up? I'm just gonna let you know. We're an English-only channel. So I don't know what you're writing. English only, please. Did anyone else save dum-dum wrappers for the prizes, but then never sent them in? Yes. Probably somewhere in my parents' house, there's probably like a Ziploc bag full of dum-dum wrappers that we never mailed in. I remember, wasn't there one, like, they always had like the crazy prize, right? It was like, send in like 1 million of these and you get a helicopter. Yeah, very much like Box Tops. Box Tops did that too. I remember like one year Box Tops was like, you can get a cruise ship of your own if you send in like 4 million Box Tops. And it was like, every kid was like, I want that. I'm going to take part in this program. And then in reality, it's purely impossible to do. So no one ever actually got it. I don't know if they ever did it. Yeah, I don't think that anyone ever got it. I remember that crap. I really think it was just like a marketing thing. It was like early crypto, right? Something like that. My English is not good, apology. Hey, your English is better than my whichever language you were typing in before. So sorry we had to time you out. Just how our community is between me and the mods. We don't understand too many other languages here. I'm sorry. Cutting out Box Tops was so fun. Dude, speaking of, I agree, because I was a little hoarder, like, as a kid. I was like, oh, you get prizes for just eating food, right? They brought back, some of y'all are going to freak out over this. Apparently, they brought back the Book It program at Pizza Hut. So, those of you who are old like me, you remember it. But those of you who are young and missed out on this, the Book It program, if you don't know what this was an incentive where you speak Slovenian? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry again, I don't know any. It's funny though, I had a friend from Slovenia when I was young, and I'm so sorry that I didn't pick up more of the language. Yeah, where you get the little pizza, Mello. Yeah, so the Book It program was this program Pizza Hut did where you had like this punch card, or actually I think my location, it was a little card they gave you, little like cardstock card, and it had little spaces in the shape of stars, and they put a star sticker on it, and once you got 10 of those, then you got a free personal pan pizza from that Pizza Hut. And the way that it was supposed to work was if you read a book over the summer, you would get to take that in and put a star on it, and then like you and your parents could go get a free pizza, like personal pan pizza, right? And they stopped doing that program a while ago, I'm pretty sure, except maybe in some areas. I don't know. I don't travel that much anymore. But apparently they brought it back, and you can get like a free personal pan pizza or something from Pizza Hut if you just use the code Book It on like the app or the website. This is not sponsored, by the way. This is just something I saw scrolling social media earlier. But it makes me wonder, like, does the Book It program still exist in some areas? I hope it does, because it was a fun reading incentive to be like, I read books and then I get a pizza all of my own. Like, as a little kid, that was such a fun thing to do. Loved getting those. Me too. Really fun. Those pizzas were so good. I loved reading, so I always made the goal. Same! I was a lonely, nerdy kid with no friends, so reading was all I knew how to do. I played video games, I played Game Boy, and I read in my room, and that was it until, like, high school when I finally started making friends. So, I loved Book It Club. It was very fun. But yeah, maybe it's something still going on. Those of you with kids, maybe something to look into. Incentivize your little ones to read. I know it worked on me. And then they get little pizzas, maybe. At the very least, apparently you can get a free pizza. Because they're preying off the nostalgia of those of us who lived through that back in the day. So, yeah, that's so smart. They actually brought back something that was beloved. More companies should do that. It's like, at least capitalism was fun back in the day. Now it's just, like, fucking terrible. It's just, like, every day I'm like, well, do I just end it all or what? I was always the top reader in school and got all the prizes until ADHD got so much worse. Fair. I mean, my ADHD did the same thing to me, Merm. I grew up loving reading, and then I, like, went through this weird stretch of time where I just got distracted by a million other hyperfixations. Where I went, wait, I'm already kind of good at reading. What if I got really good at this other thing that I'll hyperfixate on for 2 years straight? And that will be my main hobby, and I'll forget all about all my other ones. Like, I don't know. Local library did a summer reading program, and I did both. Yeah, same, Flame Princess. My local library did kids, like, it wasn't a club. It was just, like, yeah, like a membership, like, when you borrow X number of books from the library, which was ingenious, because every time you borrow something from a library, your local libraries benefit from that. They stay funded if there's, you know, that activity. It's why I use Libby also. If you haven't heard of the Libby app, where you can get ebooks and audiobooks for free with just a library card from a number of different libraries, including your own local libraries if they're in the system. But, like, using that app shows that, like, I am supporting my county's library system, and it helps keep local libraries open. It's part of local community and community resources. Sky, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I was an avid reader, but notoriously bad at logging. I always read enough to get the prizes, but could not log my reading to save my life. No, Mom, no, Mom and Dad did not help. Aw. I'm a lot better now with things like Goodreads and Storygraph and just writing. I don't know. I do this weird thing where all media I consume, I put into a list. And I think part of it is because my memory is so bad and I like to remember, did I like that thing or not? So, like, y'all know I'm addicted to Letterboxd. Letterboxd is a website/app where you just write movie opinions. My God, I'm addicted to it. I do so many Letterboxd reviews a month. I do so many. As soon as I finish a movie, I am writing a review on that site. But it's mainly, it's just like my memory's so bad. Like, I like documenting. And then also, because the completionist in me is like, I like having a list of, look at how many books I read. Look at how many movies I've watched. Look at how many TV shows I've watched. It's just the neurodivergent urge to log everything now. And I think part of it is I regret not doing that when I was a kid. Can we follow you on Letterboxd? Of course you can. Tons of people follow me on Letterboxd from this community. I will let you know I have very strong opinions about things. I'll let you know that. So, my anime list is the bane of my existence. I've seen too many to remember them all. Yeah, I had to, like, I was backlogging a bunch of them, and then I was like, I'll just rewatch them if I really want to log them on that, too. Because, like, so many of the anime I watched was back when I was in college before that even existed. Or, like, high school before that even existed as a thing. So it's like, I'm not remembering all that shit, you know? So, Andrew Mix says, hello. I remember before I got diagnosed with ADD, my 4th grade teacher was like, so, Mom's name, when did Izzy get diagnosed with ADD? And my mom was like, huh. I miss Borders. I've shared my horror stories about Borders. You guys want to start with the first creepypasta of the night? Guys, I used to work at Borders Bookstore, and I always hate sharing this story because it fills me with unfathomable rage about one of the things that we had to do. And I don't know if it was nationwide. I've had a couple people in this community be like, no, I worked at a Borders also, and we did that there too. And allegedly it came down from the top, according to my manager, but it could have been we just had a funky location. But I worked at a Borders in the mall way back in the day. And one of my jobs was at some point in the night, I would have to go into the back room, and we had a list. And on that list were all these books I had to go out onto the floor and take off the shelves and bring back into the back room and rip the fucking cover of the book off and put it into a box that was labeled burn box. Because Borders, to save money so that they didn't have to spend money on gasoline to ship all those books back to a warehouse to be stored and then also save for the warehouse, they would rather just destroy those books, that inventory, and count it as shrink so they could get a tax write-off. They literally destroyed those books so they could get a tax write-off as shrink in their inventory, which is partially, I think, probably maybe part of like why they went under. They probably got caught for fraud or something. But yeah, that was a real thing. We would rip the cover off, we'd put it in a box that was labeled burn box, and then they would allegedly go destroy those, so that they wouldn't have to pay to ship them back to a warehouse and pay for the warehouse to just hold those books and store the ones that didn't move enough units or whatever. So that was fucking awful. So, yeah, they could have donated them to jails and rehabs. Yeah, which would also have been a tax write-off. But then they would be like, oh, but we have to spend money on the gas. They could have donated them to libraries or shelters or wherever, right? It's like absolutely fucking insane, right? Alex F., welcome to the stream. Hello, hi. I would riot? Well, guys, let's just say there was an employee there. I won't name any names. Why do so many horrible things count towards taxes? Because it's a system designed by the rich to benefit the rich. Unfortunately, that is where we've gotten with capitalism. On the big monopolized corporate level. But yeah, I've had a couple people throughout the years, whenever I tell this story, be like, oh yeah, we did that at my location also, which is awful. So anyway, at my location, I will not name names because this could have been anyone. I have no idea which employee did this. So one of the employees there was very disgruntled about that. And we'll just call this employee Brian. For no reason, I just like the name. It's my name, so, you know, it's Brian, this anonymous employee, hated this practice, right? So after a couple months of working at Borders, decided that the burn box was not where those books belonged. So anytime Brian looked at that list, Brian would, especially because a majority of the time that Brian worked at this store, it was the winter time and the fall when Brian was able to wear a very large, heavy coat. Yeah, very common name, exactly, right. Yeah, it's kind of wild that, you know, Brian, my name's Brian, and I worked at Borders, and this employee Brian I'm talking about worked at Borders. Crazy, right? Brian would look at the list of the books that were meant to be destroyed, and would maybe occasionally at the end of the shift be like, oh, I gotta go use the bathroom that happened to be in the back room behind the store, and would go in and maybe shove a couple of those books into this, hypothetically, shove these books in this big, large, oversized jacket and just take them home. I mean, who's to say, though, if that really happened? Who's to say if there are like 30 to 50 books on the bookshelf in the hallway of Brian's home, wherever Brian might live? You know, who's to say? Who's to say? I had 2 friends on my dorm floor who were Brian and Brian, spelled with a Y, and to this day I have to check Discord to remember which is which. Yeah, shrink already? Yeah, I mean, Brian was kind of doing a favor. So, yeah, Borders went out of business. So, yeah, kind of, yeah, hypothetically speaking, maybe there's a large number of books in Brian's house, wherever he may live, that were saved from being destroyed. I don't know. Who's to say? I don't know. Yeah, they were just taking out the garbage. Exactly. So, I did the same thing with plants at a certain retail store. Oops, I'm saving plants. The OG Be Gay Do Crimes. That's right, I started it. Or, I mean, I didn't. Anyway, that's my horror. That's how we're going to kick off the horror stories tonight. Is corporate greed. End stage capitalism, the scariest thing in the world. You know? Anyway, chat, let's turn to greener pastures, happier times. I'm in the need for good news. I will be fully honest. I had like a full breakdown right before stream where I was like really sad, like super in my feels, really depressed, talking to Morgan. And thank God I have her because, good Lord, she is incredible and so supportive, and I love her. And if you don't follow her and support her yet, you are missing out on amazing content on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitch, on Twitter, wherever. Just go follow her everywhere. Please go support the hell out of her. She's beautiful and wonderful. Her freaking YouTube's doing great. Like, go support her. Please go support her everywhere. Anyway. I'm in the mood for some good news. So if you have your good news, it's going to accomplish the very thing that I always say good news does, which is reminds people who have been having a crappy day or week or month that things can get better and that good things are happening to really good people in this community. So whether you are someone who has something big or small, as long as it's something that we can all comfortably enjoy, I would love to read some of your good news. Make sure that you are lifting each other up, celebrating each other, and congratulating each other. That's just what we do here. And then we'll get into some scary spaghettis at midnight. Ooh, the perfect scary time. If you're not following Morgan, what are you doing with your life? Exactly. You know, I'm so glad you have her as support. Me too. Me too. Good news, my mom brought me lunch when she stopped by today. Oh, that's so nice. Oh my God. I love that for you. That must have been so nice. Good news, I'm having a self-care for myself today and tomorrow by watching Step Brothers on TV. My younger brother also brought me Captain D's, consisting of fried okra, mac and cheese, and chicken tenders. Oh my God, what a good combo of food right there. I love fried okra, mac and cheese, and chicken tenders. I also got myself a chocolate chunk brownie blast from Sonic. Phoebe, I'm so glad you're taking care of yourself and getting some delicious sounding treats. Got paid this week? Let's freaking go. Way to go, Alex F. Love that. Good news, my new mic gets delivered tomorrow. Kyrian, that's awesome. Love that for you. Good news, I met up with my old coworker and introduced him to Thai food and tofu. Enjoyed it. God, I love Thai food. I really do. Good news, I found some local witchy stores and got a cool bracelet and a new oracle deck. Also, my cat is sleeping on my lap right now. Well, hi, kitty. Hello. Also, I love that you're treating yourself to some stuff. Love hearing about people treating themselves to things. Good news, a friend and I finally scheduled the time to hang out and knit together. It only took 3 years. That's me with plans with all my friends. I feel you. But have a great time doing that. Love that. Maybe you'll make it a regular thing. Good news, got my COVID booster. Thank you. Today, in which I got a few Halloween-themed cat and ghost stickers and space cat stickers to put into my sticker collection notebook. Love that. Love that, Uber. Good news, my kitty spirit has finally adjusted in my home, and we have our own little routine now. I love that. I love when cats and pets in general just want to, like, hang out and do things certain ways. It's so cute. It means they're getting comfortable. Good news, Pluto's feeling better after having the sniffles. Baby boy was feeling icky. So glad it passed. I'm so glad that Pluto's feeling better. Good news, after 2 years of being unemployed, I officially have a job again. Jules, let's freaking go. That's humongous. Awesome. Excellent good news. Love that. My good news is I took a nap, and it was a decent one. Love that for you. I wish that I had the time to take one. So thank you for napping for the both of us. Good news, Tess ran another session of her latest D&D campaign on Wednesday, and we've got sessions planned for Sunday and Wednesday. Let's go 3 sessions in a week, and when we haven't in like oh my God. 3 sessions. Holy crap. Have so much fun with that. That sounds like a blast. Good news, my sister's baby shower is Sunday, and I got my dress in the mail today. I haven't felt comfortable in dresses in years, but I tried it on. Felt really good in it. Looking forward to wearing it out. Kim, I love that for you. Nothing feels better than finding, like, a piece of clothing that just pops off and makes you feel good. God, I need to buy more dresses. No, I don't. I own so many I haven't even worn yet. I need to wear them is what it is. Good news, I got cool leather boots at Ren Fair as a gift to myself. I'm still trying not to feel too guilty about that. Don't feel guilty. You're treating yourself. Love that. Love that you got that for yourself, Whiplash. Love, love, love hearing about the little treats y'all are giving to yourselves. Good news, I made a difficult decision for this weekend and chose myself instead of people-pleasing. Proud of you for that. Setting boundaries is so good. Setting expectations that are consistent help us all out in the long run. Help with communication. Help you feel better about yourself, ultimately. Understand your sense of self, etc. Love that for you. Yo, what's up, Hunter? Welcome to the stream. Good news, I was very depressed for a few weeks and my laundry piled up. I would put clothes all in the bathtub and it was full. Today, I deep cleaned my apartment, finally cleared my bathtub. Really proud of myself. Zeppelin, I'm so proud of you. Oh my God. I've had a laundry basket. There's a laundry basket next to our bed that I don't know why. I just keep convincing myself I don't have time to go through it. So it has all these clean clothes in it that I have not just unfolded and put into the drawers that are literally right next to it. And I have to sort through some stuff because I want to give some of it away as well. But like, that motivates me hearing those types of stories. So thank you for sharing, Zeppelin. Very proud of you for that. That's dope. Hell yeah. That's some good news. And again, if you are someone who's like, I can't think of my good news now, but I know that I got some. Or if you just go, wait, I was just reminded by something someone said. I do have good news. Feel free to share that at some other point in tonight's stream. And we'll gladly celebrate with you. But in the meantime, thank you for sticking around, listening to me yap about everything under the sun. Tootsie Pops, Pizza Hut, Borders bookstores, petty theft, and all this wonderful good news. I don't have any good news of my own today, but I'm happy to hear everyone else's. Love that. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is like whenever you have good news, we will celebrate that with you. Sending love from Canada, Mel. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Welcome. Proud of y'all. Yeah, I'm proud of everyone in this community because, like we were talking about last night, you have had to get through every single challenge, every single hard day to get here today, and I'm so happy to have y'all here for the weekend. It's always such a lovely time. And you've done that yourself. You might have had support from other people, but you made the decision to still be here today. Not here in the stream, but just here, present, alive. You've done that. And I'm proud of all of you. And you've worked to get to that good news. That good news arrived because you deserve that good news. Good news, I finished my first week at the new job and had a really good week and even got to go home early today because I did things so quickly they couldn't find enough for me to do. God, look at you go. So proud of you, like truly. Victimless Crimes at Borders Bookstore should be the title of your memoir. Oh my God. I would have to talk to my lawyer to see if that would fly. I scheduled an appointment with my therapist after not going for over a year. Xander, let's freaking go. Love that for you. Oh my God. Hell yeah. Love, love, love that. Good news is we made it through the past 4 years that 100% feel like a decade each. I feel. Friggin' every week feels like a decade these days. Good Lord. We're doing it. We are doing it. Yeah, proud of everybody. All of your good news. And if you don't have any, that's okay. That doesn't mean that we appreciate you less. It doesn't mean that you're contributing bad vibes to the stream. It just means that your good news is on the horizon, and whenever it happens, we're going to celebrate the hell out of you. That reminds me, I forgot to call the dermatologist. Oh, well, I hope, are you able to, like, maybe email them? That's something that I've enjoyed about the internet, is allowing me to not have to call people when I don't want to, and I can just, like, there's this, like, portal that my doctor has, where I can just send her, like, messages, like DMs, basically, which is great. Yeah, listen, I'm so glad that everyone has gotten to share the news that they've wanted to, and I hope that you all felt supported and celebrated. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. For sure. Email's greater than the phone, 100%. I agree. And here's the thing. It's like, I'm not afraid to make phone calls or pick up the phone or anything. I know that that's a big anxiety for a lot of people. But I prefer emails, and the fact that there's some people that benefit either due to an accessibility reason or just a comfort reason. I'm glad we have options. We should have more options for everything because that casts a wider net and lets more people participate. Very happy with how things are going for me. Less important good news is I found what is objectively the best Astarion dialogue in the entire game. It makes me very happy. See my tab instead of some random video I came across? Hell yeah. Medical portal, my beloved. I know, right? Rocks. Sliding in your doctor's DMs. Yeah, sometimes I'm like, hey, I'm going to need a physical. I don't have a set in stone one, but I was recommended that I get one. Well, hey, I mean, you can shop around then. If you didn't have like someone waiting for a phone call, that's actually probably fine then. My phone anxiety and trauma is like, don't call me and don't make me call you. I have a case manager that helps me with phone calls. Well, I'm glad you got that assistance there. I hope that there's like more options for people out there as like the years go on. I forgot to share, but I finally got my little, got one of my barred opossum tattoos. They're healing great. Love that. Oh my God. I almost made a tweet today. Like it was a joke tweet. But I also understand that the internet is where brain cells go to die and logic goes to die and no one can have fun anymore. There's no sense of whimsy and magic and joy anymore online. So I didn't make it, but I was going to tweet out, I judge the state of the economy on whether I can afford tattoos or I can't. Currently, I cannot afford tattoos. And then I just knew if I tweeted that, there would be some terminally online person in my replies being like, oh, wow, well, you're very privileged for thinking that way because some of us think about, oh, can I afford groceries or not? And I'm like, yes, I am aware of that, but I don't have to acknowledge every scenario in every single thing that I do. It's a funny little jokey guy. So I just didn't even make the tweet. Media literacy has truly gone to die. It has. Like, it's just like, I don't even want to deal with people that stupid anymore because, like, I have the option as an adult not to. It's like one of those things where I am always going to choose my peace over making a funny little quip on social media. I'm always going to choose my peace over allowing some person to be in my replies like an asshole instead of just blocking them. I will always, if you come across as emotionally unintelligent to me, there's a good chance that we're just not going to get along. And that's where I'm at these days. That's my boundary. So yeah, such privilege canceled. Yeah. I too can't afford tattoos. They're expensive, you know? Des Phantom, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. My week's been wonky with weird car stuff and just feeling dragged all over the place, but hanging out here has really helped. Same, Brookie. I mean, I was saying that at the beginning of the stream. I've had a rough, very rough month already. Just a lot of stress, a lot of things going on behind the scenes. So having a place where I can just hang out with a bunch of good people it's been awesome. And just do a bunch of silly things and take that time to recover and relax so I can go face those challenges with a slightly more positive mindset or some energy behind me, that kind of thing. Like, that's just where I'm at. I appreciate y'all being here. If you had a wonky week as well, I hope that you get some sort of mutual benefit hanging out here also, because I will let you know that I also get that benefit by hanging out here. I always say, I don't go live on days I don't feel like going live. If I don't feel like going live, then I will not stream. But if you see me here on camera, I'm having a good enough time hanging out with everybody that you get me. My drafts are full of tweets that I chose not to post for the sake of my own peace. Yes. Protect and pursue your peace. You've earned it. You are allowed to enjoy that peace. Anyone who goes, oh, you live in a bubble. Oh, you're sticking your head in the sand. No. I'm very aware of all the shitty things going on in the world right now. I'm incredibly aware. I actually use Instagram to talk about a lot of them, right? But it's one of those things where it's like, if I choose not to put myself in the crosshairs in an area where on the internet, where I know people are going to be really shitty and enter into conversations in bad faith, I can choose not to engage with that. I am an autonomous adult who gets to make that decision for myself. I get to protect that peace. I've earned the shit out of that peace, man. You know? I'm stuck at 3.5, but I have... Wait, I'm stuck at the 3.5 I have, but I want more. I feel ya, Hunter. I've definitely been slow at adding more tattoos. I have more concepts for new tattoos than I have actual tattoos on my body. at the moment. So I feel you on that one. Like, I mean, I have 3 on this arm, and then I have 1 on my chest, and I'm gonna be just getting more and more, hopefully, as time goes on. But yeah. Anyway, thank you so much again for the good news. I don't want to delay creepypasta reading too much because this is right around when people start falling asleep in chat. So I will be reading you bedtime stories here tonight. Most of them will probably be pretty corny, I'm going to guess, from my own experience with creepypastas. A lot of them are probably just going to be really corny, kind of cringe. But we'll decide at the end of each creepypasta with a poll in chat so you can vote anonymously if they were cool or not. Some of them, though, might surprise us. Some of them might actually be scary as hell, and that would be kind of cool, too. So, yeah. Can't wait to get my next tattoos. I have 1 tattoo. I've already broached an idea for another with Tessa's and my artist. I have so many more I want to get, right? God, I mean, if I had the money, I would just have at least 1 sleeve at this point. I'm sat for the pastas. That creep. The scary spaghettis. I feel like tattoos are addictive. Oh, they are. They are. 11 is a great number, Zeppelin. I'll catch up one of these days. Big fan of corny and cheesy. Bring it on. Yeah, it's gonna be. There's some that are like intentionally self-aware camp, and then there's gonna be some where you go, I think a 12-year-old might have written this. I think a 12-year-old or a millennial who does not understand joy wrote this. One or the other. We'll find out together here tonight. I went through a massive creepypasta phase in high school. I was just making references before you joined about the classics. Slender Man, everyone knows, obviously. But then you had Jeff the Killer. You had frickin', oh god, what was the other one? There was like Momo was another one. There was some other one I mentioned. But there's just so many. Oh, The Rake. The Rake was humongous. Holy cow. I remember there was one that was like, The Russian Sleep Experiment. Ooh, where they, in a Russian gulag, they kept people awake for like 7 days straight and they became monsters. Like, there's just something stupid like that. I fucking love those. They're so bad. They're so terrible. They're like truly atrocious, but they're classics for a reason, you know? Tattoos for me suck because I only trust my friend to do them for me. Traveling to her is about as much as she charges me for the tattoos. That's the other thing is like all the tattoo artists, because I've talked about it before. Like this arm is completely bare because I want this to all be dedicated to like Korean stuff. Like I want a big traditional Korean tiger. I want a whole bunch of other Korean scenery and imagery all over this arm. And that's going to be my Korean sleeve. But the artist that I want, that one of my friends actually recommended to me, is out in LA. So, you know, I'll spend $1,000 to fly out there. And then I'll also then be charged, you know, however many hundreds of dollars for each piece. So it's like, oh my God, when will I ever have the money? There's at least 1 or 2 more tattoos I want to get. Bestie and I are wanting to, Bestie said as well, as blue bonnets for both of us, since we want to take a good part of Texas with us when we inevitably both leave. Hell yeah. It's a good way to do it. We have this, I almost called a label. That's weird. Rochester, New York is known as the Flower City. And originally it was Flour flour, because we have so many mills here that used to process flour. And then over time it evolved into the Flower City, Flower. And the Rochester like logo that they have is this like cool little like picture of a lilac, because we do the Lilac Festival here. If you pronounce that lilac, I'm sorry, I'm from New York. It's just how we say things. But it's a really cool little symbol, and it is very cliche for people from this area to get it as a tattoo. But it's something that I'm like, I might get like a little one on my arm or maybe like my junk leg just to remember, you know, where I'm from if Morgan and I ever move out of here. We'll see. Would you classify SCPs as creepypasta? No, that's its own thing. Although we did have a stream years ago where I read a couple of the SCPs. Those are fun. Those are a little bit harder to read in a story format though, because they're written like classified files. So it's cool to lore jump into those, but they lend themselves a little less well narratively, if that makes sense. And then they have all those references where you click through all the links, and it's like, oh, I don't know what SCP-367 is, but it was referenced in this other entry, and it becomes this whole mess. But maybe we can do a SCP lore deep dive at some point, because those are very fun. But yeah. Lilac is correct. Listen, I have, for years, had people who've tried to fight me in this community saying it's lilac. So, I don't know. I don't know. You know? I'm afraid of needles, so tattoos have been a no-no for me. That's fair. I also want to get a memorial tat for a friend who passed. Oh, that would be a wonderful way to memorialize someone. I know a lot of friends who have memorial tattoos. That said, I also have a major needle phobia, and the thing that like helps me get tattoos, like I'm not afraid of most things, but needles are like, I have this like actual like clinical phobia of where like I have like a visceral reaction. Like an automatic reaction when I see them. Like, even in cartoons, they, like, freak me out. That kind of thing. But tattoos to me, for whatever reason, a tattoo gun just looks like a big pen. And as a result, I've never really been freaked out. And I think I had to sort of reshape my mentality about them by just doing that. And just, like, telling myself that over and over. It's like, oh, it's a big pen that someone's drawing with me on. And it barely, like, because I'm not afraid of the pain from needles. And a tattoo kind of just feels like a bee sting a little bit for like an extended period of time. So that's the way that I sort of desensitize myself, but it is a big mental hurdle, so I get it. But maybe that will help you. I don't know. Figured I'd share with a fellow person scared by needles, for sure. Where was I in chat? Oh my god. Lilac is correct. I've never heard it called lilac. I've been making content for 11 and a half years, and I've had a army of people who are trying to fight me with that. I've always said lilac because I am from Rochester, and we say our A's like idiots here. It's part of the regional charm. Oh, you want to go to the plaza? Ugh. Me getting any blood work is a process. Oh, yeah. Blood work is a different thing. I get freaked out by that as well. But tattoos just, I don't know what it is. They don't do that for me. I've heard lilac more than lilac. That's an interesting one. Please do not lick the lie, everybody. Okay? Reminds me of how my Michigan native teacher would say bagel instead of bagel. I mean, that's a more common pronunciation war. I don't know. I think part of my issues with tattoos, my social anxiety, and having a friend as my artist makes the sitting for hours so much less awkward. I mean, that's good. Kind of the same thing that I was talking about. I can imagine if I have a bunch of friends who tattoo, but I don't have anxiety over tattoos. I just, like, get excited to get them. I've heard 2 or 3 people say lilac. Well, thank you, all of you, for being on the right side of history here, all right? Thank you. Good Lord. The Rochester accent is like a mix of, like, Italian-American from New York City and, like, Canadian. Like Ontario. And like, Chicago. So, you'll hear me, I mean, y'all hear it every time I say Rochester. I don't say Rochester. Rochester. Literally, all my Rochester family pronounces it lilac, and I'm like, why? Then they're in the wrong. Why are they saying lilac? It's lilac around here. There's an A in that word. We are going to over-enunciate that so badly. We also pronounce other words really weird. There's I bring this up all the time, but there's a suburb here called, it's spelled C-H-I-L-I. Hey, welcome to Chili's, you know, right? Or, I would like to order the chili off the menu. Nope. We say, chili. We say chili here. We don't but the food is still chili. But you go to that suburb, you're in chili. We also say, there's an area around here called, what should be said Charlotte, but we say Charlotte. Everyone says Charlotte. Oh, I'm going to Charlotte Beach because it's a nice day out. We're going to Charlotte. Say elementary. Elementary, my dear Watson. Say whale. I said whale. Wait, how do you say? I've never heard whale said a different way. What do you mean? Huh? Yeah, I know, right? We're disgusting. We're weird. There's a street also that is spelled Denise, or I'm sorry. Yeah, Denise. Like, I literally just tricked myself in my brain because I was like, wait. The word, like the name Denise, like, oh yeah, you know, it's Tom and Denise's place, right? The street is pronounced Denise. Why? I blame the Italians. I blame the Italian Americans here. The whale one is subtle, but it's there. Morgan makes fun of how I say garage, which I don't think is that weird. I say garage. Mads, what's up? Just popping in to say hello, and I can't stay. Having a sleepover with my best friend of 15 years. Oh my god. That's a long sleepover. You're sleeping over for 15 years? No. Have so much fun, Mads. Have a great time. Thank you for the 15 streams as well. Say theater? Theater. You know? At least you're aware. Listen, I've gone all over the world. And every single time I get freaking absolutely dragged through the mud for my accent. You know? If it makes you feel better, there's a town here called Miami, pronounced Miami. Oh, God, DK. You always share stories from the Matrix, you know? DK, good to see you here. Welcome. The humanity, yeah. Key and Peele substitute teacher clip. Classic mispronunciation scale. Oh, yeah, for sure. The way that you say garage is crazy. What do you mean? That is literally how it's spelled. Garage? What, do you say garage? Me and Mr. Weatherbottom went to the garage. Is that what you're doing? What do you mean? It's garage. Garage. No, I say the gar in front of... I say garage. My old childhood friend used to say theater. I've heard some people in... I think it's like down south. They were saying it that way when I lived in Florida. I heard the Rochester in that one. You're going to hear the Rochester in a bunch of things. And I will say this. One of the biggest struggles I've had as a voice actor is not letting the Rochester A sneak into roles. It'll be like, okay, you are this character. You're supposed to be suave. You're supposed to be educated sounding. And then I'll say like a word like garage, and they'll be like, okay, I feel like our accents are so similar because I somehow kept a vague Chicago accent. I mean, we talked about this all the time. The migration of accents. This is coming from someone who almost like triple minored in college, like quadruple minored actually. I had so many credits. I did so many linguistics classes, right? And my linguistics classes, like, I was so curious about like why do people in Rochester, why do we say shit so dumb, right? And the accent can be traced from like the Rochester area, like to the Chicago area. So like Rochester and Chicago have very similar accents because the distribution of Italian Americans from like New York City through the rest of the state and then like across the country was just like really funky and weird. Why did I just get a alert? Hold up. My Nightbot just like crashed music on this. Do you say roof or rough? I say roof. Anyone who says rough is a dog. I say garage like that too. Maybe it's because my dad was from the Italian part of Buffalo. Oh yeah, Buffalo, very similar accent. Western New York in general. And then we get a little bit of the like Ontario accent from Canada creeping in here. It's just the way it is. Okay, Nightbot, why did you suddenly steal? You stole permission from me to authorize you, Nightbot, on International Coming Out Day? Are you kidding? Homophobic. Unbelievable, Nightbot. Unreal. Unbelievable, really. There we go. You can't call half our parents dogs. People live in places. No, I can. And you can't stop me. Like I say, my A's that way sometimes, and people are like, as if I didn't live in Chicago for 3 years of my formative adult years. Yeah, right. When I lived in Pittsburgh, I got roasted the hardest. By far, I got roasted so bad by it. And then I'd turn around and be like, okay, Yinzers. Here where I grew up in the Dixie Highway, which goes from the southern tip of Illinois straight to Chicago. The more north you get, the steadily more Chicago the accent creeps up. Yeah, for sure, honestly. And Nightbot is over party. Oh my god. Southwestern Ontario and Michigan/New York are our own breed. Yeah, for sure. My favorite New York dialect is when upstate New Yorkers say steamed hams. At this time of day. Where did you say your family was from again? Albany. God. That's so funny. No, kid, that's a joke from The Simpsons. If you've ever seen the Aurora Borealis / steamed hams joke, classic from The Simpsons. It was around again yesterday because of the Northern Lights being seen by so many people in America. So I saw so many people making steamed ham jokes. One of my North Carolina friends only lets me make fun of yins versus y'all because my mom was a yinzer for a bit. Yeah, I was a yinzer for a bit as well. Yeah, at this time of day. My friend's dad calls hamburgers all beef salads. Oh my god. I knew it from The Simpsons and was like, no way that's real. No, there's a reason that Principal Skinner is like freaking out during that scene. He's just throwing shit at the wall, making things up. As someone who has family in central New York, in true upstate, outside of western New York, no one calls them steamed hams. That is a very funny joke, though. I do enjoy it. Alex Crystal, hey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell us a little bit about it. Welcome, welcome. If you're a raider, please read the rules so you don't get timed out by me, a mod, or Nightbot. I'm about to swap screens so that we can read some scary spaghettis, some creepypastas, and then we'll all have a good old time judging other people's writing because we're fucking mean. No, no, I'm gonna give them all a fair shake. I love having dyslexia. It really is so conducive to my lifestyle as someone who talks for a living. We'll be I got some royalty-free scary music. My ex-best friend used to make fun of me for saying Mercury, pronounced it Mercury. She insisted it should be Mercury. I say Mercury. But also, I'm from a region where we say Charlotte as Charlotte. So, honestly, if they are cheesy, that's a good addition to the pasta. I agree. I like a good, especially if they're self-aware, it's really funny. But again, we're going to come across a couple where we're like, a 15-year-old wrote this for sure. Playing Luigi's Mansion? Oh, cute. I love that. Yeah, the OG from GameCube times. Good lord. I was going to enter a scary-themed writing contest, but there's a $5 fee that I can't afford on account of being broke, so I can't. Well, there's a bunch that are going on online on, Itch.io, right? So, Itch.io does writing contests a lot. If you've never been on to, it's just itch.io. Check out that website. It's mainly for games, but there's a bunch of, they help host, NaNoWriMo type things. If you've fallen out of love with NaNoWriMo, which I know many people have for various reasons, they host a lot of those types of things for free. So you could try that. But also, you have Google at your fingertips. There are so many different awesome writing things that you can enter for free now. The lost episodes get real ridiculous, hyper-realistic eyes. Heading to bed now. Juba, get some good rest. Thanks so much for hanging out. I hope your shoulder feels better. Damn. All right. You have creepy royalty-free music on loop in the background, which will probably add to the cringe/cheese factor of this, which might be kind of funny. We'll see. Let me get up creepypasta.com, a classic, and get my good narrator voice going. It's not even a good one. Here it is. Did some of you just go, whoa, flashbacks? I was so young. This is what I was talking about, by the way. Random story Whoa, did that music just get really loud? Is music okay? Let me know. 8's in the chat if audio's good right now. If it gets stinky, please let me know. And then I'll adjust it as tonight goes on. But this creepypasta.com has a random story button, which would just be like playing Russian roulette with writing, I guess. Also, we do have a content warning because these are horror stories, and not everyone is as mindful as many of you. Please keep in mind that these are written by random online users. Is something that means we're going to be dealing with obviously supernatural horror, but there could be sexual content in some of these. There's also going to be things like violence and gore. Be mindful of your own boundaries, and if you gotta duck out, I will not take any sort of personal offense to that. I'd rather you keep yourself feeling comfortable this weird little weekend here. So yeah. Wish we had a spooky sound alert to scare you with. I thought about setting some up, but I think it's funnier that you have the sound alerts you have, because it will be really funny if I'm reading like a crappy one and y'all just like fart sound effect in the middle of it or something. I don't know. That'd be kind of funny. I should go make pasta. That's exactly what I'm going to do after this stream. All right, chat. I'm going to just, I guess, good Lord. We got top ranked, famous ones, creepypasta stories that were recently published, and I can sort them by date, rating, etc. So that's cool. Random story. I'm just going to click this. Let's Russian roulette and just jump into the deep end of the site. Okay, great. Guys, great start. All right. Hope you enjoyed that. This is the scariest story of all. This page doesn't seem to exist. It looks like the link pointing here was faulty. Maybe try searching. Oh, chills, guys. Ooh. Instead of like even like a 404 error code. Wow. That's scary. Anyway, that was a great stream. I really hope that people had fun. Really scary stuff. Glad that y'all spent your hard-earned money on me to do this stream. I already put it in the bank, suckers. You fools! Thanks. I'm gonna run straight to GameStop with that and buy a really cool video game. Anyway, see ya, suckers around. No, all right, I'm back. So that one didn't work. That sucks. What's their famous creepypastas? Sort by flashbang in the face. Default. 1999. I can't wait for one of these side ads to also dox me. Is this your street exactly in Rochester? My video actually buffered. Crash, welcome to the stream. Good Lord. What's up, Halloween? How we doing? Guys, this is the start of creepy season. Well, it's not really the start of creepy season, but another thing to add to creepy season. We'll see what happens. What if we looked for a really poorly rated one? Oh, we will at some point. I kind of want to do what they think is a famous one first. We have 1999, Bedtime. Ooh, that might be good. That's from 2012. So all the things in it might not have aged well. But it does have a 9.9 rate, 0.09 rating. So that one might be good, especially because tonight's original plan was I was going to be in femme mode. And it was going to be Mommy reads you scary bedtime stories. But we're obviously not doing that here tonight. I mean, I guess I can still be Mommy. But bedtime will be a good one for bedtime stories. So, yeah. Can you zoom in on the page so we can't see the sidebar in case the ads get doxy? If they do, I'll just figure it out. I'm not too worried about it. Ben Drowned? Oh, God, not Ben Drowned, dude. That is a classic, though. There was, like, so many bad indie games based off of Ben Drowned and frickin' Jeff the Killer and all that crap. Candle Cove, I've actually never read that one. Liz, you like that one? Maybe we'll click that one. Clockwork, your time is up. Dead Bart? Oh, God. Oh, man. I'm going to have to read, like, Sonic.exe, because those are so funny. Gateway of the Mind. Eyeless Jack. I remember that one. Should really not be named Candle Jack. Guys, I said it. Uh-oh. We also got... He comes? He does what? Zalgo. Come on now. I remember Zalgo. Zalgo text was so funny on Twitter. Back when, Like, me and Ethan and Sean and Mark and whoever used to write Zalgo text to drop hints for our upcoming Halloween videos, and people would go feral for that stuff. It was so funny. I remember there was one, I did Zalgo text for like a week straight, and then I was like, look back at the first letter of each of the tweets I made over the past week, and people were like, oh, and they were like freaking out. I was so proud of myself for that. It was really fun. Late good news, we went out to get Vietnamese food, and it was so good. Oh my god. I love Vietnamese food. I tried pho for the first time. Shared sticky rice mochi dessert. That was amazing. Awesome. I love pho. One of my favorites. Truly. Zagotex used to have me in a chokehold. Oh my god, everyone loved it. It was so fun. It was a fun way to hide messages. I remember that. That was crazy. Yeah. It was like the best secret I ever kept. Was go back and read the first tweet of each week for the past like month or whatever. I can't remember how I did it, but it was so funny. Held? Hoodie the Hooded Man? Herobrine! Guys, we're reading Herobrine. Oh, we're reading Herobrine. We're reading this right now. If you don't know Herobrine, this is deep cut Minecraft lore from 2010. There was this legend. Well, let me read it. I will read this. Guys, I swear I'm not using ad blocker. We're doing Herobrine. This is so good. Famous creepypasta, strange and unexplained. Famous characters, games glitching. This is a Minecraft-based creepypasta. I love it. Herobrine. Yep. Me. Yeah, simpler times. Look at him! He's just evil Steve, basically. All right. Estimated reading time, 2 minutes. This is perfect. I had recently spawned a new world in single-player Minecraft. Everything was normal at first as I began chopping down trees and crafting a workbench. I noticed something move amongst the dense fog. I have a very slow computer, so I have to play with a tiny render distance. I thought it was a cow, so I pursued it, hoping to grab some hides for armor. It wasn't a cow, though. Looking back at me was another character with the default skin, but his eyes were empty. I saw no name pop up, and I double-checked to make sure I wasn't in multiplayer mode. He didn't stay long. He looked at me and quickly ran into the fog. I pursued, out of curiosity, but he was gone. I continued on with the game, not sure what to think. As I expanded the world, I saw things that seemed out of place for the random map generator to make. 2x2 tunnels in the rocks, small, perfect pyramids made of sand in the ocean, and groves of trees with all of their leaves cut off. I would constantly think I saw the other player in the deep fog, but I never got a better look at him. I tried increasing my render distance too far whenever I thought I saw him, but it was to no avail. Advertisements, wish list gifts, dreamy prices, Amazon. I saved the map and went on the forums to see if anyone else had found the pseudo player. There were none. I created my own topic telling of the man and asking if anyone had a similar experience. The post was deleted within 5 minutes. I tried again, and the topic was deleted even faster. I received a PM from username Herobrine, containing one word: stop. When I went to look at Herobrine's profile, the page 404. I received an email from another forum user. He claimed the mods can read the forum user messages, so we were safer using email. The emailer claimed that he had seen the mystery player too, and had a small directory of other users who had seen him as well. Their worlds were littered with obviously man-made features as well, and described their mystery player to have no pupils. About a month passed until I heard from my informant again. Some of the people who had encountered the mystery man had looked into the name Herobrine and found that the name to be frequently used by a Swedish gamer. After some further information gathering, it was revealed to be the brother of Notch, the game's developer. I personally emailed Notch and asked him if he had a brother. It took him a while, but he emailed me back a very short message. It was probably bigotry because Notch is a piece of shit. I did, but he is no longer with us. Notch. I haven't seen the mystery man since our first encounter, and I haven't noticed any changes to the world other than my own. I was able to press print screen when I first saw him. Here's the only evidence of his existence. It was Ryan Seacrest for Chumba Casino. Holy shit, I would be scared of this as well in my Minecraft game. Minecraft. Oh. This is him. The original Herobrine post on 4chan by an anonymous user. Dude, you can't even see that. There's just a little dude back there. Not just bad, he's a huge bigoted piece of shit. He is so bigoted. He is too emotionally stupid to, like, ever learn any new information and cannot crawl out of that hole. But it's okay because he doesn't own Minecraft anymore. He might be richer than God, but, like, who cares? An upsized version of the image... Yeah, he sucks. An upsized version of the image attached to the original post, a player-like figure is just barely visible left of the hill past the fog. The chicken does not seem to react to its presence. The AI of the chicken in Minecraft is designed to react to player characters, so because the screenshot shows the chicken not reacting, we have definitive proof that Herobrine was a real thing. Guys, there we go. There's our first creepypasta of the night. Yeah, that chicken doesn't give a shit. Let me run the first poll of the night. What did you feel about Herobrine? I personally like that anyone tried to make Minecraft creepy at all. But I remember back when I had a much younger audience on YouTube, because, again, I was in the golden era of YouTube, right? Back when Let's Plays flourished all the time, and this type of creepypasta shit was everywhere. It was in every indie game. People, like, made lore about it around Halloween time. I used to do a series called Girbeagly Reads, where I read creepypastas like this in a kind of scary voice, and just had, like, a image that was creepy slowly pop up on the screen, like, slowly fade into focus as the story was being read. And it was just everywhere. But I remember having a much younger audience who were actually scared of Herobrine, like, a ton. And people made, like, animatics. People made, like, machinimas, like, little, like, filmed YouTube video skits of, like, oh, encountering Herobrine and having, like, actual jump scares with, like, someone pretending to be Herobrine. There was, like, a skin that people were like, don't put it on your character because you'll never be able to take it off because it's cursed, and all sorts of stuff. It was really great. So let me start a poll, and you can vote. Was that scary or was that kind of silly? That's right, I saw one of those Girbeagly Reads videos. Maybe we'll watch one tonight just because they were kind of fun. The Pokemon ones creeped me out back then. Oh, man. I love the, like, .exe ones. They were so stupid, but, like, they were kind of... Some of them kind of went hard. Kind of interesting, right? Here we go. Let's see here. I'm going to give you only 1 minute to vote just so we can keep the stories going. So, Herobrine. Scary or meh? 1 minute to vote. Use your democratic ability to vote. There we go. And it's anonymous, so if you were like, who cares? It's all right. You can dogpile the stories if you need to in the polls. One of my cousins used to sneak into his sister's Minecraft servers pretending to be Herobrine. Yeah, so many people pranked each other doing that kind of thing. Rainy day, nice to see you here, by the way. Oh, man, Herobrine. The OG. Oh, just getting beat up in the poll. Holy cow. Remember Sonic.exe being good? I think it was probably... I mean, I've always been old since I started making content online, so there's a good chance that I'm older than many of you, and I found it, like, really silly, and I was never creeped out by it, but I just liked the lore of it. I thought it was interesting, and the games that came from it and stuff. But it never scared me, but again, I had a young audience back then of, like, mainly, like, 16 to, like, 21-year-olds, and they got scared by fucking everything. It was funny. Oh my god, Herobrine, we're sorry. We're sending you off. Saying you're kind of you know. Scared me now? No. Scare me as a child? Absolutely would have. Yeah, right? I was terrified. And there's no shame in being actually scared by those types of stories, by the way. I was scared by the jump scares, but mainly enjoyed the creativity. The games were fun. The games were much more fun than the .exe stories. And then they went way overboard, and there was like Kirby.exe and like a million other ones. It was just really silly. All right. Famous creepypastas. What I wanted to read Bedtime. Let's try that one. It has a 9.09. It's from 2012, so even newer than Herobrine. I don't think I've ever read this one. I remember one Animal Crossing one, but I think I found it on DeviantArt. I've read that one. That might be on here. We'll find out. Because they repost a lot from the other parts of the internet on creepypasta.com, just because it's become such a cultural phenomenon, right? Isn't there's like a bad horror movie called like Creepypasta, right? I know that they made like a Slender Man movie. Also, why did the music get so loud? Stop. You're being distracting and weird. Okay. Bedtime. 57 minutes? No! Never mind. We're not spending an hour on one of them. How about this one? This was the issue I had, I remember, trying to find these for Girbeagly reads on YouTube. Because, I'd be like, oh, that sounds like an interesting concept. And I click it, and it'd be like 45-minute story. And I'd be like, I'm not doing a 45-minute Girbeagly reads video. I like to keep them like around 10 minutes at the most. Those were pretty good. Candle Cove was pretty short. You did say that one was good. I've never read that. That's got a 9.03. That's good. 8 minutes? Perfect. No, that's dope. Thank you. Brian reads an entire book for us. Yeah, that's just an audio book for you. I know they had a show with each season being a different creepypastas on the Sci-Fi channel. Oh, God. You slap sci-fi on it, spelled S-Y-F-Y, and you know that shit was going to have the most dog shit CGI of all time. I think that Netflix has done a good job of having just as bad of CGI. They've kept that spirit alive on a lot of their shows. All right, 8 minutes. Cool. Never even heard of this one. Here we go. Girbeagly reads Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Oh, God. It comes most often at night. Good for it. That memory gnawing in some corner of your mind like a rodent chewing the corners of the drywall. The memory of some brightly lit cartoon funland. Or a world of puppets. A memory of a TV show. Yeah, the pause. You would watch seated cross-legged on the living room floor with the fixed, enthusiastic attention only a child can give. Attention that you wish now you perhaps hadn't given so freely. For there's something about that show, something about the discordant music, the details of the characters, their motivations, and the storylines, the fixed, maniacal grins that seems, looking back, to be altogether too sinister to be a children's show. You try to block the memory out, and yet, there in the back of your mind, most often at night, the puppet's fixed grin keeps on smiling. By the way, is audio okay? 8's in the chat. Let me know. Flame Princess, that's a real word. It's just one that I don't even really like using it. It doesn't have any racist roots as far as I know. It's just like an old school, and I just don't even like entertaining it kind of thing. Funny enough, Candle Cove was the first one they did for the first season of Channel Zero. Oh, fun. Also, I don't know, unfortunately, what my closed captioning is going to pick up with certain words, so sometimes I'll skip things. Overview. Candle Cove is a widely known and popular creepypasta about a fictional television series recollected by a number of posters on a childhood nostalgia forum. As the posters share their recollections, the things they collectively remember become more and more sinister, with the characters featured clearly being unsuitable for children's viewing. Notable examples are the laughingstock, the boat that is alive and sports a huge mouth, Horace Horrible, a one-eyed character with 2 large teeth, most famously, a skeleton character known as the Skin Taker, who wears the flesh of children over his naked bones. Hardly Sesame Street, is it? Fun. Net Nostalgia Forum, television, local. Skyshale033 says, subject. Candle Cove local kid show? Does anyone remember this kid show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been 6 or 7. I never found reference to it anywhere, so I think it was on a local station around 1971 or 1972. I lived in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on at a weird time, like 4 p.m. Mike Painter, 65. Subject: Candle Cove local kid show? Seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland and was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove. Was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of a cave talking to a little girl. Skyshell. Yes! Okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from the parts of, like, other dolls, real low budget. His head was an old porcelain baby doll. It looked like an antique that didn't belong on that body. I don't remember what station this was. I don't think it was WTSF, though. Jaren, 2005. Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you mean, Skyshell. I think Candle Cove ran for only a couple months in 71, not 72. I was 12 and I watched it a few times with my brother. It was Channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch to it after the news. Let me see what I remember. It took place in Candle Cove, and it was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughingstock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was Calliope music. Am I saying that right, by the way? I know this word. I don't know how to say it. Is it Calliope or is it Calliope? Let me know. Playing constantly. Don't remember the girl's name. Janice or Jade or something. I think it was Janice. Skyshell. Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the Laughingstock in Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden smiling face, like the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea, and it had that awful Ed Wynn voice and laugh. I especially remember how jarring it was when they switched from the wooden/plastic model to the foam puppet version of the head that talked. Calliope? Calliope. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Mike Painter. I remember now, too. Do you remember this part? Do you remember this part, Skyshell? You have to go inside. Skyshell. Mike, I got a chill reading that. Yes, I remember. That's what the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place he had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push in on Laughingstock's face with each pause. You have to go inside. With his 2 eyes askew and that flopping foam jaw and the fishing line that opened and closed it. Ugh. It just looks so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was just a handlebar mustache above really tall, narrow teeth. This sounds like, what happens in I Saw the TV Glow, honestly. It's like the music ice cream trucks play. Got it. I just got back. How have the creepypastas been? Just started, really. I just read one. Started with the classic with Herobrine, and now we're doing Candle Cove, which I've never read before. Kevin Hart. The Kevin Hart? Wild. Didn't know he was a fan of Candle Cove. I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when the show was on. Nightmare fuel. Jaren. That wasn't the villain. The puppet with the mustache. That was the villain's sidekick. Horace Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on top of the mustache. I used to think that meant he had only one eye. Barely Wolf, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Update on good news. I forced myself to take a shower and brush my teeth. Let's freaking go. Let's go, Mouse. Love that self-care. Good stuff. But yeah, the villain was another marionette. The Skin Taker. I can't believe what they let us watch back then. Kevin Hart. Jesus H. Christ, the Skin Taker. What kind of a kid's show were we watching? Seriously could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on his strings, just a dirty skeleton wearing that brown top hat and cape. And his glass eyes that were too big for his skull. Christ almighty. Skyshell. Wasn't his top hat and cloak all sewn up crazily? Is that supposed to be children's skin? Mike Painter. Yeah, I think so. Remember his mouth didn't open and close? His jaw just slid back and forth. I remember the little girl said, "Why does your mouth move like that?" And the skin taker didn't look at the girl but at the camera and said, "To grind your skin." Sky Shell. I'm so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I used to have this awful memory, a bad dream I had where the opening jingle ended. The show faded in from black and all the characters were there. But the camera was just cutting to each of their faces. And they were just screaming. And the puppets and the marionettes were flailing. And just all screaming. Screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it. Kevin. I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember that was an episode. Mel, get some good rest. Thank you so much for hanging out. Take care. Yeah, and happy Canadian Thanksgiving. Thank you so much for dropping by. This is low-key creepy. Honestly, this is pretty fun writing. I love the emulation of like a forum board. Sky Shell. No. No. Not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, literally just standing in place, crying and screaming for the whole show. Kevin. Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that, but I swear to God I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. Jaren. Oh God, yes. The little girl Janice. I remember seeing her shake, and the skin taker screaming through his gnashing teeth. His jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come off. Its wire hinges. I turned it off, and it was the last time I watched. I ran to tell my brother, and we didn't have the courage to turn it back on. Mike. I visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was little in the early 70s, when I was 8 or 9, and if she remembered a kid's show, Candle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that, and I asked why, and she said, "Because I used to think it was so strange that you said, 'I'm gonna go watch Candle Cove now, Mom,' and then you would tune the TV to static and just watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination with your little pirate show." That was actually a creepy line. Amanda, hello, hi. Source. This story is from Iker Falls, an absolute must-read site if you dig creepy stories. Seriously, I'm so in love with that website, and you all need to go there right this instant, damn it, says Chris Straub. Damn! That was a hell of a twist at the end. I dig that. That was good. That one was fun. Hey, the Russian sleep experiment. I was just talking about that. This is a good night to be home alone. That was actually a fun ending. Chat, all right, we're going to vote. 1 minute to vote. Candle Cove. We got 2 choices. Go ahead and vote. You are voting anonymously, so I don't know how you feel about it. If you were like, it's fun, whatever. That's okay. If you actually found it kind of creepy, let us know. I feel like this one's going to probably skew a little bit more creepy because I like that one a lot. Let me move my mic closer to my mouth, too, for reading. Just so I don't have to do that artificial, like, forced narration voice and I can just talk. Damn! Wow, blowout so far. Holy crap. 18 votes for kind of creepy, 1 for Candle Cove, my beloved. Did they make any games based off this one? Because I'd play the hell out of something like that. Love that ending. That was fun. Yeah. That was really fun. TV static scares me, not going to lie. That's fair. There's a lot of people who think that you can see messages or faces or images of any sort between the static. Understandable. I mean, again, more of an existential horror movie than anything, but I saw the TV glow kind of touches on some of those themes a little bit that we saw here in Candle Cove. I fucking love that movie, and I think it changed my life forever. My brain chemistry. 22-1. Holy crap. Whoever the holdout was, you're braver than the rest of us, apparently. Tito, what's good? Hello, hi. I just remember people posted found episode on YouTube, but no games. Ooh. You always say we're just defiant, but we agree with you on this one. Fair, fair, fair. That one was fun. That one was really fun. All right. I like the famous ones because I haven't read some of these. I wonder how long Russian sleep experiment is, because that one is an old school one. It's really dumb in my opinion, but maybe it will have grown on me. Licking? Excuse me? This was before the creepypasta game era. Yeah, Ben drowned. Maybe we'll read that one, because that's old school as well. How long is that? 47. Sorry, Ben. Not today. By length. Ooh, let's do length. All right. Length. Why is it loading like this, though? Length all, category all, sort by default. Great. Cool, dude. Sort by longest? Word count. Oh, here we go. Oh my god. The music is murdering me, apparently. Attention. Okay. Check the time to read on Russian sleep experiment. That's a good point. Oh, no, I didn't want to... Audio story presented by creepypasta.com. That's fun. 7 minutes. Okay, that's not bad. I'm going to read this one. People love this one. I might be an outlier here. I do not like this one. But a lot of people love it. The creepypasta about the clown lamp still freaks me out. Ooh. Licking is a classic? Okay. Maybe we'll check that out. Yeah, Lavender Town is a classic. That's a good one. 5 minutes to 7 minutes. All right. All right. Here we go. Deep within the Soviet Union, 1945, a dedicated Russian scientist, Gary Brunner, plans an experiment on 3 Nazi war criminals. Again, we do have the content warning for heavier themes. Felix Nast, Michael Bugard, Hans Berlitz, Zach Rock. Oh, is this like the voice? These are the voices of whoever was in the YouTube video. I got it. And Ulrich Schultz are held within a sealed chamber for 30 days under the effects of an experimental sleep deprivation gas. These men are kept awake to deal with their demons and fight psychological trauma, all while being methodically analyzed by the scientist. I just think it's such a goofy concept, that's all for me. Audio transcript may contain errors. Good evening. Please state your name and age and weight. Felix Nass, age 41 years, 58 kilos. Ulrich Schultz, age 29, 71 kilos. Hans Berlitz, age 19, 68 kilos. Very good. You gentlemen are about to undergo an experiment that will benefit the soldiers of the Soviet Union. You will be given a gas that our nation's leading scientists have been working on. All we know is that it is not lethal, and you will be in no physical harm throughout the duration of the experiment. Upon completion of this experiment, you'll be granted your freedom and return to your homeland. Do you comply? Reminder, those who do not comply will be immediately executed for your crimes against humanity and the Soviet Union. I'll ask you once more, gentlemen. Do you comply? Very good. We will administer the gas in a few moments. Please, get acquainted with your new home. You will all notice that you have enough food for the duration of the experiment. You will find comfort on the floor as you had in your cell. Books for entertainment, a toilet for the obvious. Also, no one will be entering the room once the gas has been released, so it is up to you to keep your living quarters livable. The gas has been administered. Sure is different on the other side of the gas. Day 1. The first batch of gas has been released. Normal behavior resumes. Boy, your name is Hans? Yes. Well, Hans, it is so nice to see the face of the boy who has been crying in the cell next to me the past 3 days. Or 3 months. Oh, come on now. Don't you think we should all be friends? Well, wait, is this the transcript? This is just the transcript. Is this the actual thing or transcript? Yeah, what the hell? Why is this a transcript? I don't remember it being written like this either. In fact, I remember just seeing this now. There was a really bad indie movie that was made based on this that I saw going around on TikTok. I just realized the date on this one is 2017. Yeah, this was from like way before that, I'm pretty sure, right? Is it this one? 16 minutes of reading. I'm so sorry, guys. Here we go. We're going to restart. Sorry, reset. Purge that from your brain. This is the actual story here. All right. I was like, I'm not actually going to voice act this, though. Yeah. Beep, boop, reset. Purging commenced. Widely regarded as one of the most popular and widest spread creepypastas ever written, the Russian sleep experiment is notorious as much for the gruesome nature of its content as it is its plausibility. To this day, although literally has been debunked a million times. Sizing gets out my brain zapper. Darn it, not again. To this day, a large portion of the articles written about the story are attempts to investigate its validity or to debunk it as a hoax, something that speaks not only to the story's effectiveness, but also the deeper societal anxieties to which the story appeals. Which I think that's great. The scariest stories do play into our fears, no matter how far-fetched they are, and make it feel believable. Even if they... So, like, that's another reason I'm doing tonight's stream, because it's just fun to do these types of things. For those who don't know, the Russian sleep experiment is a supposedly factual account of experimentation acted out on subjects by the Soviet government and military in the wake of World War II. The experiment ostensibly meant to explore the effects of sleep deprivation on the human body, was also used to test a new gas that could keep people awake for days at a time. Oh, sort of like what Mr. Beast just did to the people who did his, like, weird video thing series. He's literally a war criminal for that. The report documents the degeneration of those experimented upon, individuals commonly referred to within the creepypasta community as the test subjects. The horrifying results of these experiments and the crazed, almost subhuman or demonic creatures it produces are often illustrated alongside the story, with one image in particular being representative of the entire myth. I remember they made like a game or something with that image. It is actually a very iconic image, but it's very like clearly doctored, and it's kind of cool though for like the deep lore. What did he do? He did this, like, stupid fucking competition for money where he kept people awake for days. Like, he didn't tell them that that was going to be part of it, but, like, they'd try to go to sleep, and he'd, like, come in with, like, a camera crew and wake them up and, like, repeatedly disturb them. And it was very inhumane, like Uber's saying there. Because Jimmy, and I've held this belief for a while, the reason he's so successful on YouTube and on social media is dude is not a real human being. I think he is a computer algorithm that somehow got uploaded into a flesh suit. And that is why he's so good with data and making viral videos, but has no human compassion or a working brain. And that has been my theory for a while. Every time someone brings up Jimmy, Mr. Beast, this is the rant I go into. Because I just don't think he's a fucking human being. I think he's a fucking weirdo. So, business as usual for him, yeah. Yep. Anyway. Russian sleep experiment creepypasta story. Here we go. The real one. Yeah, he's a sociopath with a momager. Yeah. He's literally a fucking adult child. Absolute fucking weirdo. Anyway. That's the true horror of the world we have to deal with day after day, so let's focus on fictional. Because this is way more fun. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they had only microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on but no bedding, running water and a toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. Yeah, real life is the true creepypasta, absolutely. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised falsely that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past, and the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately whispering to the microphones and one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber, repeatedly yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about his behavior is how the other captives reacted to it, or rather, didn't react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. The 2 non-screaming captives took the books apart, smeared page after page with their own feces, and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. Ew. So did the whispering to the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it was impossible that no sound could be coming with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all 5 must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at a very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We're opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor, or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice respond, "We no longer want to be freed." Debate broke out amongst the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke a paid music change, because this sounds like military guys talking moment. Wow. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. Certainly an opinion. Hey, I see bad behavior, I call it out. The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas and filled with fresh air, and immediately voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of loved ones to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened and soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although no one could rightly call the state that any of them were in life. That was written weird. Typos and all, man. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subjects' thighs and chests stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not with teeth as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the position and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed. While the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place, the skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the ribcage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had just been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber, and alternately begged and demanded that the gas be turned on, lest they fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out. Another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off, and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Rocky Mountain oysters. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives, if you count ones that committed scooter ankle in the weeks following the incident. Interesting. Yo, what's up, Potato? BRB, neatly laying my organs around me on the floor. Yep, you know how it is. Oh, okay, got it, Hunter. You're all good, you're all good. I'm just calmly snacking on Cheerios? Or are you chowing down on your own flesh? That's Phantom. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured and he bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of a morphine derivative and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arm of one doctor. When his heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out to the point there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach and just repeating the word "more" over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility, the 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they had given him to prepare him for the surgery. He fought furiously against his restraints, and when the anesthetic gas was brought out to put him under, he managed to tear most of the way through a 4-inch wide leather strap in one wrist, even though the weight of a 200-pound soldier was holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anesthetic than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had tripled the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn. He had broken 9 bones in his struggle to not be subdued. Most of them were from the force his own muscles had exerted on them. He turned into oh my god. From My Hero Academia? Wow. Medically, I have so many opinions. This is giving me haunted by, I don't know how to say that name. I'm so sorry. Duchess, welcome to the stream, by the way. Hello, hi. Welcome. Beans, hello, also. Yeah, skin. Yeah, it's all girl dinner either way, exactly. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed. He was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested, reluctantly, they try the surgery without anesthetic, and did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically impossible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be something of a drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and pad fetched so the patient could write his message. It was simple. Keep cutting. Welcome back, Merm. Hello. Welcome. Yeah, it's an abominable organ. It was the snowman. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetic as well, although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation. The surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were once again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given: I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced, and they were placed back into the chamber awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project, considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, a former KGB agent, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overruled. Yeah, there's still more. The story has more endings than Return of the King. Guys, this was classic creepypasta back in the day. People yapped and did not know when to stop. This is Russian sleep experiment, Merm, yeah. Everyone recognizes it immediately. It's so iconic for some reason. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all 3 stopped struggling the moment it was let slip that they were going back on the gas. It was obvious that at this point, all 3 were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might. First left, then right, then left again for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering from brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on paper scrolling out the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut at the same moment his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of a deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flat lines as one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as 3 researchers. One of the named 3 immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, and then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed his gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed, as the remaining members of the medical team and research team fled the room. "I won't be locked in here with these things. Not with you!" he screamed at the man strapped to the table. "What are you?" he demanded. "I must know." The subject smiled. "How is this still going, dude?" "Have you forgotten so easily?" the subject asked. "We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread." The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out, "So nearly free." This is a picture of Deb, guys. They got a selfie. Appearance and origins. Was there a number of images associated with this Russian sleep experiment, and the story is of an event rather than about an individual character? There's one image that is most well known and commonly linked to the story, which most fans will instantly recognize. The image always shows a humanoid creature staring blankly into the camera. The figure is horribly emaciated, a fact that is further emphasized by the extent to which the eyes are sunken back into the sockets, the brow and the cheekbones protruding to an unnatural extent. Have you forgotten so easily? Where are you? What shonen did this guy read before writing this, right? Oh, good lord. Yeah, Hunter, it's one of those things where, like, I remember a lot of these being, like, better than they are, and that just happens as you get older, you know? Again, this is one of the, like, I'm 14 and this is deep ones, in my opinion, but that's always been my opinion of it. So, if you still like it, there's no shame. Please do not be ashamed. In fact, I'm going to run the poll while I read this little summary at the end. So, you can vote anonymously. You know, if you still liked it, if you're like, yeah, you know, there's still some cool stuff in there. I think I saw someone earlier say it's a better concept than execution. I agree. I think the concept's very creepy, but the execution could use some work. This was I started writing this when I was in middle school kind of vibe. Creepy, not creepy. You have 1 minute to vote. There we go. There we go. The teeth, meanwhile, are of an unnaturally large size and forced forward by the thinness of the subject into a maniacal-looking grin. The subject's hugely exaggerated features, enlarged head, and huddled posture. First, with the concept of them being as much a victim as a threat, the image is in black and white, which lends it some authenticity, considering the period in which it is alleged to be taken. Yeah. Where's the option for creepy but not as good as I wanted? Oh, you know what? That's actually a good point, Ryan. I'll put like a third option of like it was okay one, like the middleman one. I was invested at the beginning, but the longer it went on, it lost me. I think it just like needed to end like halfway through and leave us on like a good cliffhanger. So yeah, I agree. The concept's creepy and there are elements that are interesting, but less creepy and more, oh wow, yeah. I saw Joker and now it's my identity vibes. Yeah. God forbid a white man write. Thankfully, the image is fake, and rather than being a human being, is in fact a photograph of a Halloween prop name called That Word, which has aged very poorly, especially in Europe. Created in 2005 by Morbid Enterprises. Or actually, Spasm is good, right? It's the description of a person as a noun with that. That's not used much anymore. Concept's creepy, but it got so unbelievable that it got tiring, right? There is some disagreement as to where the story first originated. Will some sources claim that... I like that this, at least creepypasta.com, is becoming like an archive that's giving us a summary of like the origins of these things. Will some sources claim that the tale's first appearance can be linked back to a user only known as Orange Soda, who posted the story to the creepypasta website on August 10th, 2010. Others trace its origins to an August 8th, 2009 post on the RIP747 WordPress blog. Damn. WordPress just sent me back in time, pointing out that the story was also posted to the miscellaneous board of bodybuilding forums by a user named Falcon Punch on August 20th, 2009, which would again predate Orange Soda's post on Creepypasta. Listen, bodybuilding forums for some reason became a catch-all for things that were not even like fitness related back in the 2000s and the 2010s, I remember, where there were just a bunch of dudes who could not use their brains because they were too roided out, who would just write these types of creepy urban legends to each other. That's so funny that that's mentioned. Like, that's really funny. The pulling out their insides and laying them out could have been really intense. Yeah, it kind of gives, like, I don't know, like, almost like Annihilation vibes in some ways, right? One of my favorite creepypasta genres is the stairs/gates, doors, etc. that lead to nowhere ones. Yeah, those are fun. There's, like, the staircase one. That one would be a fun one to read. I googled the original Halloween prop, and why does it kind of go hard? I mean, I think we get to see the picture in a moment, and the original picture does kind of go hard. Yeah, bodybuilding forums had everything, yeah. Like, I used to go there for workout advice, and then as time went on, I'd be like, this is just Reddit. This is just Reddit light, you know? The Die to Love Pass one is one of the best. I've never read that one, Merm. Maybe we'll have to do that. Very society, yeah. Picture is, I think, what made this story popular. It really is. I think the imagery that was, you know, added to a lot of the, like, did a lot of the heavy lifting, for sure. Also worth noting that the post on the RIP747 blog claimed that the story has been shared with him by his brother, and whilst this may just be a narrative device intended to distance the author from the piece, it could also be regarded as evidence that the story existed prior to this post. That's wild. This is like what knowyourmeme.com does. With some believe British author Ice to have written the original creepypasta based upon the fact that she produced a book of the same name. She has clarified that she is simply inspired by an earlier work and not the myth's originator. All right, cool. Let's see here. Influences, buried fears. Yeah, I kind of don't care about all that. Where's the picture? I want to see the actual picture. Oh, darn it. Yeah, the Halloween prop picture is like the best one. Let me try to find that. Hold. Yeah, people like to believe. I think it's just like, again, like horror has always been slightly political in how it is a form of social commentary and escapism on things. So there's always like a little bit of history and influence behind some things. That said, it is like just not, I don't know, it's just, it needs to be executed well enough to be believable for me personally. Oh my god. Oh my god. I found him. I found you. Oh, why did you just close? Why did you crash on me? Why did you do the thing that you did? You're not supposed to do that. Why did you crash on me? This image specifically, I remember being like really popular. Yeah, there's a YouTube thumbnail of it, I think. Oh, that's good, yeah. Gotta dip out. Take care, Allison. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate that. Hold up. Wait, why is this doing this? There we go. There's the guy. There's that guy. I remember this image. Creepy looking dude. That would be really creepy if you like put that in your front yard for Halloween. Yeah, that's an iconic image. I think it really don't. Merm, this is not a flirt moment. This is not a flirt moment at all. Oh my god. Good lord. Yeah, that's nightmare fuel. Yeah, I mean, yeah, banned. Yeah, someone banned Merm plays for I think 12 years. 12 years is a good one. What was the one you said was good, Merm? Like the Die Lot something? Also, it seems most people did not like Russian Sleep Experiment in the vote. Die to Love Pass. Okay. Die to Love Pass. If I can find it. Where'd you get the picture of me? Is that? Nothing matched my search? What the heck? We spelling this right? Oh, it's not a creepypasta. Oh, it's a real event? Oh, shit. Set alarm for October 11th, 2036 to unban Merm. Yeah, I think that's appropriate. Appropriate reaction. I like a good monster fucker story, but that creepypasta discount. Yeah. Good God. Not for me. Maybe for thee. No Russian sleep. No, Beans, that's not what I'm asking about. Obviously, Russian Sleep Experiment is not real. It is literally one of the most unbelievably written stories by a 14-year-old I've ever heard. We're talking about Jatlov Pass, which is apparently real. That's what we were talking about, Beans. If you're half paying attention, I'm sorry that you're getting confused. All right, we're doing story length. Oh, we can do it by like short, long, medium. That's what you get? Yeah. That's what you get. Come resurrection? Damn, Gooners. Your time's come. Me on 10/11/36. I did my time, 12 years of it. I don't know if I need the micro ones. Like, how long is that? What does micro mean? 2 minutes. They do have a summary of the Dyatlov Pass incident on the site. Oh. I wonder why it wasn't coming up in the search. Probably because the site is fucking broken beyond words. Wait, what is this? Don't call your story Come Resurrection and then start with Hey, Hello, Beautiful. This is 90% of the spam emails I get. Hello, beautiful. I am Prince Francis III, and I am about to die, and I have no heirs. Please kindly respond to this correspondence. I spelled it wrong. I was writing what was in chat. Yeah, send Bob's and Vagine. Hello, beautiful. If you can read this, please listen to my confession. You probably don't know me, but I've known you for a very long time. And I don't know if I should say this yet, but I love you. I do. I love you. I do. I really do. I love you so much that I built your entire world for you, so you may live on and on and on. I built it just after I met you. You're so beautiful lying there with your dreamy eyes tenderly shut. Your near translucent skin, which seemed to be growing paler and paler by the second. The way your limbs were twisted, delicately mangled at the joints to form such an unearthly vision of vulnerability. Oh, that must have been such a long fall. Not only did the building possess incredible height, but I know how the most glorious of angels must fall the furthest. Oh, my angel, my contorted angel on the pavement. Your soft flesh had been scraped away in just the right places, revealing your inner body's artistic formation. No one could ever appreciate such a sight, but no one but I could ever admire the curvature of your neck, bent a perfect 90 degrees to the right, and twisted around twice, and only twice. As soon as I saw you there, I just had to reach out and touch you. I shivered in anticipation as I traced your fingers, traced my fingers, down your body, right to where it was already beginning to split. It stunned me with excitement, making me wonder at every second whether you'd burst apart. And I carried you. I was ever so careful, making sure I didn't damage what was left of your body. Some fragments of your skull fell out on the way, but I was quick to push them back in. Don't worry. You were still in one piece when I farted really loud. And when I brought you home, I brought you to lay on my bed, shattered arms crossed over your chest. You looked just like the pretty corpses in the old fairy tales. Even more so when I dressed you in my mother's wedding gown. I took out my spell book. Oh, okay, what the hell? Could have been just like a creepy fucking thing. Oh, yeah, do spell book. Ready to resurrect you, but no, the time wasn't right. I was afraid I would frighten you away, so I created your afterlife. One just like the world you knew. Then I could keep loving you, you and your wounds, for what could be eternity. Is he writing to a corpse? He is. He is writing to a corpse, you know? Gamer neck? Oh my god. Do not come. Yeah. But I think you're ready to be revived now. To gaze upon the blackened eyes of me, your savior, from below. You will live again, with love and beauty that will never die, as your wounds will always be fresh and your bones just as mangled as they were when I met you. You'll be able to feel my touch for the first time, our fluids mingling together. Your cold blood. Don't worry, my love. I'll be just as gentle as I've always been. Guys, I don't know. They say Tinder is getting worse, but I think that we have evidence right here that cum can be resurrected. Hello, Fallen. Hi. Welcome. Yeah, Yeah, I like that advertisement. Advertisements. Don't worry, my love. Advertisements. All right. Guys, let me make a poll. Let me make a poll for you to vote. Was that a scary one? Or was it a, you know? Or was it a, what is it, a not scary one, you know? Here we go. You got 3 options this time. 3 options, 1 minute to vote. How about the vomit emoji for a vote option? Several car dealership-sized red flags stitched together. Oh, God. Astro, hello, the Telltale Heart Gooner Edition. Oh, God. Milady-ass story for real, Sydney. So true, though. Guys, it's the Goon Resurrection. Some people thought that was scary. Was it because of yours truly giving character to one without a voice? Maybe. I voted no, but it was aimed at the Sussy Baka. It's giving trad husband gone worse. Hey there, princess. Oh, God. God, Merm. It was a story. Yeah. Yeah, am I the asshole for taking a girl's corpse and being creepy so I can then resurrect it? We should do Am I the Assholes here at some point. With heavy content warnings, but yeah. God, that one was, boy oh boy. A little bit of a incel fantasy. Oh, points. Stop with the princess shit. Oh my God, dude. I love that that's like a parody of thing, but then you like have to think like, oh, parody is slightly based in fact, where like there are Discord mod type fedora dudes who do speak that way to women. That's terrifying. That's way scarier than a creepypasta, in my opinion. Way scarier. I see I missed an interesting one due to my computer shutting itself off. Oh no, Sky. I hope that you're able to get that working again. Well, I mean, obviously you're on it, but... Alright, I spelled Jatlov wrong? Is that right? Oh, here we go. Oh God, yeah, so this is a based on true event. So this one might be a lot darker. But this is a 4-minute summary of apparently what is a real thing. Gatlov. Yeah. The fact that I know people from high school that talk like that. Oh, God. Good Lord. You hit her with the Discord kitten and points at... Oh, God, mouse. Hey there, Discord princess. My whittle kitten. Would you like me to gift you some nitro today? Yeah, exactly, Hunter. He's definitely going to buy her Discord. Nitro. Alright. This is a real one, apparently, and a lot of you know about it, so that's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy. No true stories? Well, some people are interested. So if you need to duck out, then I can have a mod add something in the chat to let you know when to come back. It was restarting itself a week or so ago. Oh, no. So sorry. Hope that you can figure it out. Probably know about it, but just not by name. Oh, probably, Mouse. Probably. The Dyatlov Pass accident refers to an incident that resulted in the death of 9 ski hikers in the northern Ural Mountains. The incident happened on the night of February 2nd, 1959, on the east shoulder of the mountain Kholat Shakhl. Probably not saying that one right, but a Monty name meaning Mountain of the Dead. The mountain pass where the accident occurred has been named Dyatlov Pass after the group's leader, Igor Dyatlov. Okay. This is basically true crime, I guess. Well, not really true crime, but yeah. Mods will give you the all clear. So, this one is actually less scary and more unsolved mystery. Got it. The mysterious circumstances of the hikers' deaths have inspired much speculation. Investigations of the deaths suggest that the hikers tore open their tent from within, departing barefoot in heavy snow, while the corpses show no sign of struggle. One victim had a fractured skull, 2 had broken ribs, and 1 was missing her tongue. Holy shit. The victim's clothing contained high levels of radiation. Could do it. Also, frostbite can cause people to hallucinate and do some really intense things because their brain is literally not activating the right way. Soviet investigators determined only that a compelling unknown force had caused the deaths, barring entry to the area for years thereafter. The causes of the accident remain unclear. And also, altitude sickness is a thing that also causes hallucinations and people to do some really weird things. Obviously, I tell the Alan story every year during the St. Jude streams. He is literally a mountain hiker, so there is a mountain climber who's done K2 and Everest and all that crazy shit, right? He speaks extensively in interviews about altitude sickness and all that kind of thing. So really interesting, very interesting stuff with some scientific potential here as far as explanation. Obviously 1950s, we're not ever really going to know, I don't think, though. It had been agreed beforehand that Dyatlov would send a telegraph to their sports club as soon as the group returned to Vizhai. It was expected that this would happen no later than February 12th, but when this date had passed and no messages had been received, there was no reaction. Delays of a few days were common in such expeditions. Only after the relatives of the travelers demanded a rescue operation did the head of the institute send the first rescue groups, consisting of volunteer students and teachers, on February 20th. Later, the army and police forces became involved, with planes and helicopters being ordered to join the rescue operation. That's actually just sad, honestly. On February 26th, the searchers found the abandoned camp on Kholat Shakhl. The tent was badly damaged. Chain of footsteps could be followed, leading down towards the edge of nearby woods on the opposite side of the pass, 1.5 kilometers northeast, but after 500 meters, they were covered with snow. At the forest edge, under a large old pine, the searchers found the remains of a fire, along with the first 2 dead bodies, those of Krivaneshko and Doroshenko, shoeless and dressed only in their underwear, which is another frostbite altitude type thing, unfortunately. Most of the stuff is so sad. One of the reason that you want, this is from long enough ago that this is just historically interesting, but we will not be sensationalizing this. So, if we have theories in chat or things like that, I'm just talking about the science theoretically for sure. I don't think that I have the answers here. We don't need to go into the, horrible spiral most true crime people do, where it's well, I think this happened, and it definitely did, and I'm going to sensationalize the death of real human beings. I don't want to do that in chat, so just a heads up on how we'll be sort of figuring this out. Digesting this, not figuring it out. That's not what I want us to do. We're digesting it together as a real tragedy. And then the other thing that I want to remind people of is oftentimes with these real life events, there are living members, living relatives, descendants, you name it, who are still around. So the things, when you engage with true crime, and the thing that I don't really enjoy about true crime fandoms, I should say, is just the disrespect of going to Twitter and dropping a whole bunch of theories or villainizing certain people because your favorite true crime podcaster said, oh, that person was the evil one for sure, when it's just an uneducated, weird person who decided to pivot into grifting on a podcast. I really hate seeing that shit. I think it's very disrespectful to surviving family members and things like that. So, again, I probably should have said that before we engaged with this, but just a heads up as far as how we're going to be engaging with the story. This is more just out of curiosity, I think, for a lot of us. And this happened back in the 50s, so I think it's something we can kind of look at from a lens that's separate from a distance. So yeah, this is why I don't engage with true crime. Yeah, the same reason Morgan and I were into it for a while, like years ago, and we just had to stop because a majority of the true crime podcasts out there were just very disrespectful and really crappy about how they sensationalized and monetized the tragedies of other families. Whether they said, oh, we're going to be talking about this, content warnings, whatever, like they still would do it in a way that was just like highly disrespectful in some kind of way. So yeah. Between the pine and the camp, the searchers found 3 more corpses, Jatlov, Kolmogorova, and Slobodin. They seem to have died in poses suggesting they were attempting to return to the camp. That's so fucking sad. They were found separately at distances of 300, 480, and 630 meters from the pine tree. Searching for the remaining 4 travelers took more than 2 months. They were finally found on May 4th under 4 meters of snow in a stream valley further into the wood from the pine tree. An examination of the 4 bodies, which were found in May, changed the picture. 3 of them had fatal injuries. The body of Thibaut Brinoyel had major skull damage, and both Dubonina and Zolotarev had major chest fractures. The force required to cause such damage would have been extremely high, one expert comparing it to the force of a car crash. Notably, the bodies had no external wounds, as if they were crippled by a high level of pressure. One woman was found to be missing her tongue. There had initially been some speculation the indigenous Mansi people may have attacked, murdered the group for encroaching upon their lands, but investigation indicated the nature of their deaths did not support this thesis. The hikers' footprints alone were visible, and they showed no sign of hand-to-hand struggle. God, that's horrifying. That's like genuinely just terrible. There's evidence that the team was forced to leave the camp during the night as they were sleeping, though the temperature was very low, around negative 25 degrees to negative 30 Celsius, with a storm blowing. Holy shit, that's so cold. The dead were dressed only partially, certainly inadequately for the conditions. Some of them only had 1 shoe, while others had no shoes or wore only socks. Some were found wrapped in the snips of ripped clothes, which seemed to be cut from those who were already dead. Jesus. Journalists reporting on the available part of the inquest files claimed that it states 6 of the group members died of hypothermia and 3 of fatal injuries. There was no indications of other people nearby apart from the 9 travelers on Colette Siakal or anyone in the surrounding areas. The tent had been ripped open from within. The victims had died 6 to 8 hours after the last meal. Traces from the camp showed all the group members, including those who were found injured, left the camp of their own accord by foot. One doctor investigating the case suggested the fatal injuries of the 3 bodies could not have been caused by another human being, owing to the extreme force to which they had been subjected. Forensic radiation tests had shown high doses of radioactive contamination on the clothes of a few victims. The final verdict was that the group members all died because of an unknown compelling force. The inquest ceased officially May 1959 due to the absence of a guilty party. The files were sent to a secret archive, and the photocopies of the case became available only in the late 1990s, with some parts missing. Some researchers point out the following facts, which were missed, perhaps ignored by officials. After the funerals, relatives of the deceased claimed that the skin of the victims had a strange orange tan. Oof. Crazy. A former investigating officer said in a private interview that his dosimeter had shown a high radiation level at Colette Siakal, and that this was the reason for the radiation found on the bodies. However, the sources of the contamination was not found. Another group of hikers around 50 kilometers south of the accident reported that they saw strange orange spheres in the night sky to the north, likely direction of the Colette Siakal. At the same time as the accident happened, similar spheres were observed in Ivdel and adjacent areas continually during the period of February to March 1959 by various independent witnesses, including the Meteorology Service and the military. Some reconstructions of the victims' behavior suggest that they were blinded. Okay, that can happen with that cold temperatures, Unfortunately, hypothermia does so much to people as well, so at the very least, that's awful they were going through that. The rescue team had seen that the victims broke damp and thick pine branches for the fire, even though there was good dry brushwood around. Some reports suggested that much scrap metal was located in the area, leading to speculation the military had utilized the area secretly and might be engaged in a cover-up. God, that's fucking awful. I had no idea. I'd heard of various similar things like this before. It's why we have shows like Unsolved Mysteries and stuff like that, but it's not my favorite thing. When I know there's so much speculation around it, it's more of like oh my god, that's like awful that happened. No, you didn't bring down the vibes at all, Merm. Honestly, if anything, that was just interesting to read about. I think that is very interesting to read about, that kind of thing. I had no idea that was a real thing either. It's wild that creepypasta is like documenting some of these like unsolved cases as well. Again, I think everyone was being respectful in chat during that, so thank you very, very much. Really cool of y'all to sit through that. We can let the people know who had to duck out that it's cool to come back. Yeah, different vibe of horror, but not a vibe killer at all. Yeah, because here's the thing is, like, tragedies and accidents happen, and that's a very existential type of horror, and I think that essentially just, like, not analyzing, but experiencing a story like that, as bizarre as this is going to sound, is a nice reminder that we are currently not going through that. We get to enjoy fictionalized horror in the form of creepypastas and scary stories and horror games and things like that, and to just sort of remember that those types of that type of escapism exists as a fun offshoot that we don't have to take too seriously. We don't have to carry a heavy burden when we engage with it. But to always remember that, like, while we're engaging with that kind of thing, that is a bit of a privilege because there are always going to be these types of accidents and incidents happening to people that will just never get solved. And just something to always be aware of the difference, the line that exists between fiction and reality. And to not bring, oh yeah, I got really into the lore of, like, creepypasta horror games, and now I'm going to start trying to apply it to real people's lives via, like, true crime or things like that. I think that it's a good thing to remind ourselves that everything we see online doesn't mean it's only contained to the internet, and to always be as kind as we can be when engaging with the real-life accidents out there and the real-life horror stories that people, you know, pontificate about online, that kind of thing. To not dehumanize the real stuff as a form of entertainment. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. So, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Brookie, for letting people know. We don't have to do a poll on that one, because that, I mean, that's real horror right there, right? Anime Fangirl, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I know that there was a story a long time ago about, you know, well, multiple stories of, like, people who are trapped that way with mysterious deaths, and maybe it was just the decade. We just didn't have the technology at the time to actually figure out what happened to them, which is so sad. These are the top-rated ones. Okay, so what's the top rating on the whole site? Buried in Hanging Hills has a 9.29, and that was written, whoa, 4 days ago? Huh. Crazy. 33 minutes, no. Okay. No, thank you. It's too long. Okay. Okay. Kind of like the sort by length, because we found some, like, weird ones in there. Sort by length. I don't know why this isn't displaying anything, but I can select things. Y'all just can't see it. Headaches. Also, I don't know why it's displaying this way. It's really a mess. Yo, Hunter, enjoy the lurk. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, hopefully that rant at the end of that one made sense to people. I hope you're all remembering how to tell the difference between fiction and reality. And when it comes to a real incident, not applying the sort of sensationalized for fun thinking that we apply to a lot of horror games and horror stories and movies and books and things like that, to real human beings with real lives and real legacies and family members and things like that. So, yeah. Headaches are creepy. They can be. I hate when headaches last for too long, you know? Halloween-themed spaghetti dinner, call that creepypasta. Yep. Yep. Okay. Well, Come Resurrection was so interesting. Sunrise. Residual? I wish I could see the ratings properly. I don't know why this is displayed this way. It's kind of annoying me. Yo, Chaotic, get some good rest. Thank you so much for vibing. Like, truly, thank you so much. Based on true events. Oh, wait. Sort by word count. Is there no way to do multiple categories at once? Like, rating and length? That would be way nicer. Such a janky site. This is like the OG site of this crap, too. Friends. Actually, chat, do you have a good one that's, like, got a decent... Oh, Stairs is a classic. Look at that lady. This looks like the mobile version on the site. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing this. I'm on creepypasta.com on my browser. 2 minutes for Stairs. This is an old school one. Y'all haven't seen this one. Or heard this one, I should say. Here we go. We'll get it going. What the fuck are these ads, too? 10 biggest sea dinosaurs that ever existed on Earth? Bro, I'm clicking that. All right, here we go. In 1984, there lived an old widowed lady by herself in a 2-story house who was completely immobile and bound to her wheelchair. God, these are written so bad, always. Ever since the mysterious death of her husband, she required the aid of a carer who would visit her daily to help her with everyday tasks. Zoomed out, it looked like her scarf is a tiny blue doll body. Our No Sleep has some good ones. Yeah, we can do some Our No Sleeps as well. Yeah, as someone with arthritis in their knees, I agree Stairs are terrifying. I got a TikTok ad for an Applebee's hamburger after last night. They know. They heard you. Room Zero or Abandoned by Disney. Those are two of your favorites. I'll see if they're good length after this one. What made it even more difficult was the fact that the 2 floors of the house were only connected by an old staircase inside. When the old lady needed to move between the two, the carer would have to carry her frail body like an infant up and down the stairs. One day, the police received a call from the widow. There had been a murder. Yeah, inaccessibility scare. For real, though. Oh my god. Since police units were scarce at the time and the murderer had already fled the scene, only one detective was sent out to conduct the initial crime scene report. He arrived to see the carer's body splayed out on the floor with her vocal cords ripped out in a pool of blood on the first level of the house, with the old lady atop the staircase in her wheelchair watching him, still and silently, seemingly in shock. He could immediately rule her out as a suspect due to her inability to move up and down the stairs, and because she was trapped up there the time the murder took place. It was similar to the death of her husband many years ago, who had suffocated in his sleep on the couch downstairs. Oh my god. The detective put on his gloves, took photos, swabbed for evidence, and covered the body until the coroner arrived later. All routine business. He scoped the house downstairs for any clues, and then asked the old lady if he could look upstairs. She insisted that she was upstairs the whole time, and no one apart from her had been up there that day. But regardless of this, the detective ascended the staircase, to which she hesitantly moved aside. Beyond the staircase, there was a narrow corridor with 3 closed doors along it. He checked behind each of the doors. The empty bedroom, nothing. The bathroom, nothing. He became anxious as he slowly made his way to the final bedroom where the old lady slept. He opened it and everything looked normal. A bed, a wardrobe, and a bedside table with a lamp. He checked every wall of the room in horror, as it was not what he discovered, but it was what he didn't discover that made him stop dead in his tracks and slowly reach for his gun in its holster. It was a detail so minor that they had completely overlooked it on the last investigation of the husband's death. There was no phone upstairs. He suddenly heard a noise as he withdrew his gun and rushed out of the room, only to find an empty wheelchair atop the stairs. I mean, that sounds about... That's believable because police missing details sounds like really real. Oh no, it's a scary old lady the whole time. That one was an old school classic. And that's a meh from me. But y'all can vote. All right, 1 minute. Participation is required tonight. Some of these allegedly scary, royalty-free songs in the background of this mix I'm playing just sound like they're from a fucking, like, action thriller movie, honestly. So, why did she not buy a fucking phone to cover her tracks and however long it was between? Yeah, what? So the police are idiots, which is like, you know, that is easy to, like, guess. Yeah, of course they are. But the killer is also an idiot? You dumbass? Unreal. Scariest part was her health care. Or lack thereof. A lot of people are saying it okay. A lot of people said it okay. We had 0 people say it's scary. But, alright. So, there was Abandoned by Disney was one of them. Abandoned by... I do like the, I spelled it right the first time. I like the ones that are based on major franchises. Like that. I do. What was Jeff the Killer's face? God, people used to think this was so scary. It was pretty much just used as, like, violent jump scares, though, and things. Also, Ren, welcome back. So sorry you had to dip out. But while we were talking about that, I was talking about just how I don't normally... I don't engage in true crime. And, you know, I am a very big... I should have said this at the beginning. A very big proponent of not sensationalizing true stories about horrible things that have happened to people because, A, relatives might still be alive. B, it's just generally disrespectful. We'll never know what actually happened. I do not like when people sensationalize things. So we kind of read that just very matter of fact. Here are the facts. Interesting thing to read about, but truly terrible. And also, moral of the story... Let's not apply anything from these fictionalized horror stories, our logic, our sensationalization, etc., to anything that's real, ever, whenever we can help it. Because that's how we dehumanize each other, and it's not something that makes me too happy to see. So, everyone was very respectful during that, and very cool. So, Dark Side of the Mouse is this... Why I hate Lightning McQueen. Wait. Abductions and kidnapping... Children in childhood? Wait, what? Wait. Alright, guys, we've had a lot of, like, that was kind of creepy. Or, like, alright. Yeah, get out Gerb Chow in the chat. We're reading Why I Hate Lightning McQueen. We're taking a detour here because I need to know what the hell is why is this a thing? I told you I wanted to read some intentionally cringe, self-aware, corny ones. I hope... Oh, it says childhood abuse, though. I don't really want to do that. Never mind. Never mind. I don't really need to do that. Nope. I don't need to do that one. we backed out. We backed out. See if you can locate Abandoned by Disney, Abandoned by God. Yeah, I typed in Abandoned by Disney, but it didn't come up. See? Is it Abandoned by God? Is the rest of it? Maybe we'll do that one. Stupid games. Why does that keep coming up? Abandoned by Disney, Abandoned by God is not bringing up anything. That's why we got the Lightning McQueen one. We got Dark Side of the Mouse. Strange and Unexplained. I mean, that could maybe go hard. Butcher Face. Licking is a quick one. Licking? Try that. Why is it called that? That's gross. 2 minutes. That is quick. All right. This is a classic? Okay, I'm glad some people know this one. My great-grandmother lived alone up in the mountains at her cabin. Her husband was dead, so she was there all alone. She only had one companion, and that was her loving dog. They both adored each other, and the dog was a great comfort to her. Every night when she went to bed, the dog would lick her hand to let her know that he was there to protect her. One night, she had gone to bed, and the dog had licked her hand, like he had done routinely every night since her husband died. But this night was different. She had woken up in the middle of the night because she had heard her dog whimpering. She wanted to comfort him and let her know that she was there for him. So she stuck her hand out by the bed, and she felt the dog gently lick her hand like always. She figured he was just cold, so she went back to sleep. The dog's whimpering had woken her up a second time in the night, so she stuck her hand out. The dog licked it, and she went back to sleep. This happened a third time, and she stuck her hand out, and the dog stopped whimpering and came and licked her hand. She stayed awake a few moments afterward, and she went back to sleep again. In the morning, she woke up and stuck her hand out by the bed, but nothing licked her hand. She thought that the dog had already awakened and was just in this front room. She rolled over and got out of bed and heard a drip, 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 drip. She thought the sound was coming from the kitchen, so she walked over and turned the handles on the sink faucet, but it wasn't the source of the noise. After frustratingly checking the sink and its pipes, she gave up and continued into her room to take a shower. As she got closer to the bathroom door, it was evident that the sound was coming from within. She opened the door, looked above the bathtub, and gasped in utter horror. There, hanging from the light by his collar, was her loving companion. His blood was dripping into the bathtub. No, poor puppy. She screamed and began to cry. Wiping her eyes and sobbing, she turned and looked into the mirror. In the mirror, she saw the dog's reflection, and written on the mirror in her dog's blood, with drips and streaks hanging down from each letter, were the words, "Humans can lick too." Ew! Ugh! Gross. Disgusting. I don't like that. I don't like that. Weird. Genuinely just kind of weird. I remember this from Campfire Stories. That one's a weird one. How does one confuse a dog tongue and a human tongue? Maybe that husband that she had was the only husband she ever had. So she just assumed all tongues were the same after that, you know? Alright, licking. That was quick at least. All right, y'all have three choices. Vote. We have yeah, I liked it. I suppose it was okay. Me no likey. It seems like me no likey is winning. By a lot, holy crap. Damn, Daniel. Damn, Daniel. Back at it again with the white fans. Guys, relevant meme, always. While that's going on, Abandoned by... What was the other one? Whiplash, if you're still in the chat. What was the other one that you were recommending? We need a hilariously bad one after that. I feel like... I don't like it because it did its job of creeping me out. Yeah, here's the reason it creeped me out. It wasn't because it was like, ooh, that was a good horror story. The thought of a human licking me is kind of gross. Room Zero. Okay, I like the name. It sounds old school. Welcome to Room Zero. This is a different iteration with more gore at the end, but the version where it just leaves off as it was never the dog licking without all that afterwards is more creepy, personally. Fair. Fair. All right. Hey, Death's Phantom, understandable. Please stop fixating on it because you might, you know, make other people feel icky about that part as well. Whereas we're just kind of moving on. Floor Zero is here. Room Zero is not. Part Zero. Zero sum. Roommate. Let's see. Akuma. 5 creepy things. Wait. 5 creepy things from the world of Warcraft. Room Zero is part 2 to Abandoned by Disney. Is it? See, I don't know these things. floors here. I guess it was all archived then, like you were saying, Mouse. But you said it was too long to keep reading. Got it. If it's really long, yeah, the World of Warcraft. Maybe we'll read the 5 creepy things, guys. Number 5. Welcome to Nuke's Top 5. Did you see it? I love that this is a 2.21 out of 10, and this was made just back in May. That's amazing, actually. It's so long. Oh yeah. Well, all right. We obviously we're only a third of the way through the month, so I think what I'll do is maybe we'll do more of these closer to Halloween as well, and maybe we can do some like long ones. Only if people want to do that, though. Well, we have so many other like creepy season things to do that y'all have earned this month. Part of the reason I've been panicking so much is I'm like, I gotta fit in all this stuff because I really want to. So if we have a good time tonight, which I hope people have been having a good time tonight, we can maybe do more scary stories, more scary spaghettis. Having fun with this, Mouse? Glad to hear it, truly. Be so funny if all of the 5 things were just bugs and it was a complaint article. Yeah, I hope that this is just like I hope they patch these things out of like the game. Like, why did they buff Druid so much? You know, like, I hope that's what this is. Good times have been had. I'm glad. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. All right. Yeah, we could do like a whole maybe upcoming tip goal, something like that. We could do only parody creepypastas of like first party properties, like Disney or like whatever video games, whatever. That would be kind of a funny stream. Because some of those, you know, are going to be the most dog shit, like corny ass stories. And then some of them are going to be like just actually maybe creepy. Like maybe something where it's like, oh man, my nostalgia cannot override the fact that that is actually like a creepy like twist, you know? Also, if need be, we could prolong the Halloween vibes into November. I mean, November is my birthday month, and I normally don't celebrate my birthday very much, right? I'm just not big into doing that. But I've been trying to let myself do that a little bit more recently. And I personally love autumn. I love the fall. I love the creepy vibes around Halloween time. So we could do a little bit of Girbeagly this year, as y'all have deemed it the past few years, with like some creepy stuff, some creepypasta reading. That'd be kind of fun, you know? That'd be really funny. Yeah, Sonic.exe is hilarious, actually, to me. But it's like a cool concept, right? Like deep down, like, oh, cursed game cartridge, like kind of neat, right? Definitely looking them up after the stream now, just to read them again. Enjoy. Yeah, Girbeagly. We'll see. And also, a lot of the horror games, I don't have to cram all of them into this month. Like those, I'm just going to be playing a lot of horror games throughout the rest of the year, you know? All right, 5 creepy things from the World of Warcraft. 3 minutes. Oh no, this is going to be awesome. Anyone who's played World of Warcraft even once is probably aware that it's not just another game. Its impact on our minds is real, and it has been inspiring millions of people since its launch in 2004. But inspiration isn't everything. If you're already acquainted with the dark corners of Azeroth, chances are that you frequently experience a chill running down your spine. The thing is that World of Warcraft is a game full of haunting stories, creepy scenes, and eerie tales. In this article, we will discuss 5 of the creepiest things you can encounter while playing World of Warcraft. Number 1, Children of Goldshire. Goldshire is indeed one of the creepiest places you can encounter, not only in the World of Warcraft, but in today's gaming industry in general. It's a human town in the southwest of Northshire that human characters frequently visit. And obviously, this place can get creepy at times. The thing that makes this town so scary and mysterious at the same time, this feels like an AI-generated article that I would like come across from like a website called like gamersiqtrue.com. Like, yeah, this is literally a listicle. Like, what the fuck? Not just a game, it's a lifestyle, gamers. The thing that makes this town so scary and mysterious at the same time is the Goldshire kids. Every morning at 7 a.m. server time, there are 6 children in Goldshire who walk to the house near Crystal Lake and stand in the pentagram. Not surprisingly, this seems like a dark ritual. Wait, I gotta do it in like the listicle guy voice too. Speaking of gold and spooky encounters, courage isn't always enough to handle such eerie encounters. You know the funniest part too is this VOD will go up on YouTube, so I'm just doing a top 5. It demands resources, which, in terms of World of Warcraft, is WoW Gold. And if you're looking for simple ways to get it, you can buy WoW Gold from WoW Vendor and equip yourself with everything you need to handle these haunted encounters. We also get commission from link clicks. Oh my god, yeah. Welcome to my twisted dark mind. God forbid children do anything. Number 2, the Whispering Forest. If you were to choose the scariest location in northeastern Tirisfal Glades, that would be the Whispering Forest. Only the fact that you can find a ring of giant mushrooms near the forest is creepy enough to send shivers down your spine. What do you mean, only the fact? What are you talking about? Only the fact that you can find a ring of giant mushrooms near the forest is creepy. Zoomers love mushrooms. What are you talking about? Definitely written by a cringe millennial. This is not to mention the dead fisherman near the lake, the gnomish flying machine at the bottom of the lake, and the fairy dragons who fly above the mushroom ring from time to time. Yeah, this is actually hot garbage. All these elements create an unsettling and fascinating atmosphere for players who are ready to explore the haunting mysteries of Azeroth. Number 3, Newman's Landing. No one knows exactly who Newman was, but a glance at Newman's Landing is enough to realize his life ended in a tragic way. Newman's Landing is a part of Dun Morog and is famous for its dilapidated dock, which, in turn, points ominously into the Great Sea. The main reason why this place is so mysterious and therefore scary is that there you can find a skull that is roughly run through by an axe, stuck to the signpost. The eerie atmosphere is strengthened by the bones that are scattered around this mysterious house. Number 4. Liz, please get some good rest. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you very, very much for vibing. This is so crazy, guys. Number 4, skeletons in a circle. Speaking of skeletons, if you're afraid of portals and chilling rituals, maybe you shouldn't consider getting to the Blasted Lands while playing World of Warcraft. This place is a mysterious spot where 4 skeletons are arranged in a perfect circle around an unusual device. But this perfect combination isn't the only thing that makes the scene horrifying. The thing is that all these 4 skeletons are looking up. What were they looking at right before they died? No one knows. The only thing that is clear is that they were looking upwards, probably at something terrifying in the sky, while facing their final moments. Number 5, Scarlet Monastery. The final eerie WoW thing on our list is Scarlet Monastery, a northeastern corner of Tirisfal Glades that greets visitors with hung corpses. This place is considered a stronghold for the Scarlet Crusade, but the thing that scares the players while getting introduced to that spot is the terrifying human bodies. Some of them are hung upside down, while others are missing limbs. Either way, each of these corpses has one thing in common. They serve as a warning to anyone who dares to challenge the Crusade's authority. Bottom line, we don't even doubt that you have noticed how these 5 creepy things from World of Warcraft enhance your gaming experience and turn it into a real adventure, especially if you're a horror enthusiast. If that's the case, then you should know that WoW includes plenty of other mysteries that are yet to be explored. Some of the legends that Azeroth is built on are creepier than others, and this makes it even more worthwhile to explore these and other dark narratives in the game. There we go. There you go. There you go. 2.21 out of 10 rating. Guys, that was definitely written by AI, by the way. It's like, it follows all the fucking basic formula of, like, shitty AI writing. I don't vote on the... I dropped it to a 2.15. What the fuck was that? What did other people say? I think its site owner or someone related is making these. At least it's not another Angel Numbers. Someone keeps spamming the site with ads. Yeah, what the fuck, man? This is dog water. Excellent delivery. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. My timbers were shivered. Guys, please vote on 5 creepy things from WoW. Oh. Ooh. I'm so scared. Here we go. You have 3 choices. Enjoy. All I gotta say is, this was the point of tonight. We were gonna just find some absolute dog water ones. I kind of want to read a really low ranked one, that isn't that is an actual real story though. I want to read one that's just like the absolute poopiest story we can find. Needed more share? Do you believe in love after love after love? Like that? That pretty good? For a second, I forgot we're voting here, and I was like, huh? To make it even lower? Fair enough. Let's get it below 2 stars. Yeah. I like that you could use the affiliate link to buy WoW Gold during part of that. Good news, the author of Abandoned by Disney hosts all their old pastas on their own website now. They apparently also wrote my other favorite creepypasta, which is how I found out. Dope. Yeah, there we go. So if we do another scary story night, that'd be great. Oh my god, 7 people were so scared. I'm so sorry for setting you off with the nightmares. I like that this is called Horrors of the Commonwealth. Ah, yes, the Commonwealth. 5 reasons Angel Numbers are freaking you out. What? Who is putting these up? If you saw all these skulls and bones and corpses in a game that doesn't ordinarily have skulls and bones and corpses, then it would be scary, but this is wow. Yeah. Yeah, very obvious AI. Oh, God. Horror of the Commonwealth is just Pennsylvania. Top 5 weird and creepy jobs for your daily dose of adrenaline. Sports stars who love Halloween. Guys, nothing gets me into the Halloween spirit as much as my favorite quarterback saying how much he loves carving pumpkins and drinking cider with his family. Boy, oh boy, once they start selling me that. 5 most haunted places in Las Vegas. 5 horror movies about marijuana. Who just fucking, like, went insane with Chat GPT, dude? Whoever wrote all of these killed, like, 8 rainforests. I swear to God, dude. That's so funny. Oh, God. Yeah, not marijuana. Does LeBron James love Halloween? Oh, my God. Yeah, Evil Bong is a classic series, you're right. Wasn't that from, like, the 80s? Powerful ways to manifest luck with angel numbers. Jesus. The town of Blanche. Okay. Town of Blanche. 2 minutes of reading locations and sites. Doesn't say true story, so I'm assuming this is just a bad story written in 2008. These are all the lowest ranked stories, and all the listicles are on the bottom. All right. If you visit France's Côte d'Azur in your lifetime, do everything you can to avoid a small town called Blanche. I was in the country once with my parents around 8 years ago. I was 12 at that time. We were on a family vacation. All right, so it's a 20-year-old author. Not to discount young people's writing, but creepypasta does not attract most Pulitzer Prize winners. We found ourselves looking for a place to get some rest and enjoy some of the local color. We're getting really hungry on the road, so it was with some luck that a town, unmarked on our map, rose unexpectedly on the horizon. This was the town of Blanche. Immediately after we entered Blanche, we noticed that the colors of the houses were darker than anything I'd seen in my entire life. It's not like they were black or gray. They were normal colors for walls. They just looked not right, and it caused me to change what tense I was writing in. It's hard to explain, almost like it was a color that we don't even have a word for because it's so dark and strange. A few minutes after driving around the town, we all began to notice the fishy stench, like a Friday market, except for the fact that no fish were being sold. The people in the town also had a really weird skin tone, almost frostbitten and tinged a deep blue. If I recall correctly, my father said something like, "These guys sure look like the sea." We had originally planned to stay in the town for a while, but my mother and my sister were so disturbed by the creepy atmosphere and the town's denizens that they insisted that we keep driving and find a different town to stay for the night. Advertisements, advertisements, advertisements. When we arrived in the next town, it was like we all gave a gigantic sigh of relief at once. We felt that we were back in normal civilization. However, the people who ran the inn that we stayed at in the second town did tell us some very freaky stories about Blanche. Stories that made us really glad that we didn't stay there. ... Okay. Yeah, found the Smurfs. Yeah. Yeah, Merm. That's why I went, when they started talking about complexion. I was like, Yeah, if they were 20 when they wrote this, they're 36 now. Yeah, I'm gonna say, person who wrote this, 20-year-old, aspiring writer. I'm never gonna dissuade people from pursuing their creativity. I think that is a very important thing, is to remind people that your creative journey is not gonna look like anyone else's, and it's gonna be at your own pace. But you wrote the intro to a story, and that's all. You wrote the intro and the ending, and that's all you did. You wrote the intro and the ending. What do you mean 2008 was 16 years ago? Yeah, if anything, that's the real horror of all of this. All right, the town of Blanche. That was, you got 3 votes. There you go. You got 3 choices in that poll. Who's good at writing endings is Stephen. Yo, what's up, Vash? How we doing? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're doing some creepypastas. We're doing some scary spaghettis. I'm Sleeb. Yo, Merm. Thanks so much for hanging out. Get some wonderful rest. Thank you very, very much for vibing here tonight in the land of the creepiest of starch-based foods. It is 2:30 in the morning, and I had no idea that it was this late. Holy crap. Wowzers. That is wild. Understandable if people have got to get a little bit of shut-eye in. All right, I think that a lot of people found that to be a story based on the poll that I'm seeing. Merm, always lovely having you in chat. Take care. Get some good freaking rest in there. Thank you so much for vibing. Like, truly, thank you. Always good seeing you. Always good seeing you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Again, my biggest thing tonight has been a huge success for me, because even though I started late, I get to check off another thing off of the very long list of incentives that y'all have earned via tip goals and sub goals. So thank you for getting us to the point where we can do a funny stream like this, a fun stream like this. I look forward to doing more goofy stuff throughout October with all of you. It's been a good time. Yeah, we can read. That sure was readable. The other story I like by the Abandoned by Disney author is shorter. Do you want me to DM the link to a mod if we have time? Yeah, sure. Yeah, check it out. Why not? You know? Why was there never a Betty Spaghetti creepypasta? I wouldn't be surprised if there was. A lot of the stories on this site have been archived. onto other websites because just, I don't know, that's just the way it works, is they cycle through. I guess they have limited space on their servers or something. I have no idea. Yeah, but some of these have been okay. Some of them have been all right. A lot of them have been pretty not great, I'll say. Actually, one of the things I want to do after this next one is I'm gonna go to a really scary place. My old YouTube videos from years and years ago, and we're gonna listen. You guys are gonna hear my old, horrible, shitty microphone, and my old me trying to be kind of deadpan and kind of edgy and scary sounding narrator voice that I used to do the Girbeagly read series. I'm gonna watch one of those because they were kind of fun. I remember being really proud of them at the time. I was very inspired by other YouTubers who were doing those types of things at the time, those types of YouTube videos. So we'll see how they've aged. There's one in particular that I'm thinking of, but there was a couple that were kind of fun. I always try to pick ones that at the time I thought were creepy. I'm sure that they're not. I'm sure they've aged horribly and they're not that scary at all. And by aged horribly, I mean like not being actually creepy. But we'll see. We shall see. Mouse's story on slimebeast.wiki. All right, cool. Slimebeast.wiki. All right, let's see how. That's pretty long. That might be kind of long here. We can start it, and if it feels like I'm not going at a good clip, then we can tuck it away for a rainy day. So, yeah. It's not slurs bad, but it's dated language about autism. Okay. Okay, I might change it then when I read it, or I might just skip over it then. Thank you for letting me know. All right. Lost Episodes by Slimebeast. I don't want to burst anyone's bubble here, so if you believe in haunted Lost Episode legends and enjoy living in that world, maybe this isn't the post for you. Don't get me wrong. I hate when people complain about lack of realism in entertainment, and I think all kids need to believe in Santa and the Tooth Fairy for as long as possible. But this is different. Back in the 80s, I met this dude, Sid, who used to cut old VHS tapes and shit. It was more than a hobby for him. It was pretty much his entire life. His parents were a bit more wealthy than I'd been blessed with, so when we were teenagers and I was slaving away at a Scats, yes Scats, fast food restaurant, he just hung out around the house cutting tapes. All day, all night. Of course, as you get older, things in your past become a bit clearer, and I think he might have been borderline autistic. Or maybe he was a very high-functioning person with Asperger's. But of course, I'm no expert. Obviously, our understanding of those things have changed quite a bit over time. But of course, I'm no expert, and I'm not saying that was the case. It's just the best and quickest way I can think of to explain his personality and his obsession with cutting tapes. Cutting tapes. Cutting tapes. Started when he saw Old Yeller as a little kid. For whatever reason, his parents let him watch that shit. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's the tale of a boy and his dog. I hope I don't have to announce the spoiler on such an old-ass movie, but in the end, the boy has to shoot his own dog because it's rabid. Yeah, literally one of the saddest movies of all time, by the way, if you've never seen it. Sid didn't appreciate this. His dad photographed the videotaped weddings, so he showed Sid how to operate some of the machines, and Sid cut out the ending, replaced it with an earlier, happier scene, as if Old Yeller just suddenly got better off screen. Hey, that's what I would have done. He watched the tape obsessively after that, even into his early teens when I'd first met him. He made me watch it once to show how he fixed it. I could actually picture him as a little boy once he started applauding and cheering his own faux ending. I don't want to say I was a bad influence, but after I saw it, I asked if he could do that with other movies. My major interest was perhaps taking a film or two and cutting in some nude frames the actresses hadn't really done. Don't worry, though, I never had the guts to actually ask if he would. I just imagined how cool it would be. Often. Sid told me that, yes, he could fix any movie he wanted. In fact, he had done it with a few others. He had a copy of a Ghostbusters cartoon, and I shit you not, every single ghost was completely removed. The story made no sense, there was no continuity, but he accomplished it, and I was very impressed. I guess in the time of VHS, these things seemed more magical than they do nowadays. As time went by, I encouraged Sid to edit more movies, but with different purposes. Instead of whitewashing all the scary stuff like he'd wanted to do, I got him to see the light on how awesome he could make things. Somewhere out there, this chubby Star Wars nerd from our high school has all 3 original films flawlessly cut together, with edited in effects that would have made George Lucas himself cry out, "Enough meddling!" We charged him like $20 for the only copy because we were idiots. Anyway, this went on for a while before I lost most of my interest in it. It was more of a goof for me than it was for him. This is the point where I started working, started driving, started taking bases with local girls. Well, he just got more and more involved in cutting those tapes. I think his favorites were cartoons. When The Simpsons came around, he went apeshit with those. Now his edits weren't so much fixing things as breaking them in interesting ways. Another thing that sticks out in my mind is when he recorded an episode of MASH and cut it with a gory old war flick. Halfway through his version, the camp gets bombed. Soldiers invade. Everyone dies. At the end, he specifically worked in freeze frames of each cast member's face. Eyes closed. He had completely reversed his interest and embraced what had once terrified him. Scary endings. He seemed to love things like long, drawn-out sequences and terrifying silence. He'd make me be quiet he'd make me be quiet while they played too. You may have heard about this mysterious fellow named Banksy who goes around creating interesting graffiti and whatnot. At one point, he went into a music store and replaced some Paris Hilton CDs with his own fakes. Banksy had nothing on Sid. Every other week, he'd tell me about some store or a video rental place he'd snuck some of his tapes into. He swapped out the real ones for his versions, and then he'd start all over by cutting the ones he had stolen. At one point, when I hadn't heard from him in a long time, I stopped by his parents' house and found him in the garage. He set up his own little movie studio there, complete with a drawing board. He was actually animating entirely new content. All at once, I was both blown away by his artistic skill I'd never seen before, and very concerned about when this guy was going to come out of the dark and start acting normal like me. He barely looked up from his drawings as we spoke. I asked him what any kid, now in his late teens, would ask. What the fuck is wrong with you? Seriously, dude. This is some crazy shit. It's work. I'm working. My work is just as important as anyone else's. Are you even selling these anymore, or are you just sneaking them into places? How much is all of this costing your dad? I don't care. I looked at what he was fervently illustrating. Is that a headless body? Dancing? Yeah. That's pretty dark, man. I know. That's the point. I don't get it. Those tapes, I thought they were wrong, but over time, I figured out the truth. Which is... the scary stuff is right. The happy endings are the lie. He just kept drawing as I stood there. The silence was disturbing, and in that moment, I could smell the BO coming off of him. It wasn't just sweat either. There's a mingling of that and a foul ass and piss-soaked cloth. Ew. Average animator, yeah, true. I hate to say it, but I gave up on him right then. It's that moment when you look at someone you thought you knew, and all that you can think is, holy shit, I never realized they were this far gone. It wasn't until I was in my 30s that Sid crossed my mind again. I was perusing the internet, just aimlessly wandering the web, when I came across a series of urban legends about strange VHS tapes, recut movies, and lost episodes. Some of these I recognized. I'd watched them with Sid, or I'd actually seen him in the middle of working on them. Every disturbing scene, every unbelievable anecdote, I believed it because I'd been there. Others, SpongeBob cartoons, episodes of iCarly, or whatever. Those shows came long after I'd made my break with Sid, but the style was all too familiar. Even the ones that didn't sound like his work seemed like they could have been broken copies or attempts at mimicking his work. He was still doing it. My God, it boggled my mind. I called up Sid's old number, not entirely sure I'd still find him there. It rang for minutes on end, and I knew that the search was hopeless. Even if he still lived with his parents, it wasn't likely that they'd all still be in the same house by now. Still, I made it a point to drive out to his old place to see if he was still in that garage, cutting tapes or manipulating them via computer or whatever he would be up to. When I passed by the house, the unkempt lawn was overgrown with huge, waist-high weeds. The dilapidated facade of the building, with its peeling paint on the shutters, missing roof tiles, and muck-filled gutters, told me no one had lived there for a long time. I saw a note on the door, but couldn't read it from the road. Maybe it was something I could use to locate Sid and see if he'd ever gotten the help I now realized I should have given him. Pulling into the driveway, my headlights illuminated the garage door. It was windowless and vandalized with the gangster tags of some traveling band of assholes. The note on the door, as one might expect, spoke of a certain bank now owning the property. It noted that trespassing was heavily discouraged, and that at a certain point someone would be out to make sure the house was winterized, whatever the hell that is. As I walked back to the car, defeated, something was nagging at me. I knew that Sid's parents kept a spare key under a false rock by the back stairs, basically by virtue of Sid locking us both out on several occasions. When I found that key, a sense of cold, gnawing dread swirled in my stomach. Who would move out and leave everything in place like this? The key was the most obvious thing, but flower pots and lawn decorations were still there. Sid's old, rusted-out Huffy bike was leaning against the house and had created thick, rusty streaks along the aluminum siding. I don't even know what I was expected to find, but using the key, I entered the house. The smell was overwhelming. Not a putrid smell, nothing rotten or decaying. Just the smell of, I don't know if this would make any sense to you, but the smell of electricity. Like burning dust on a light bulb or a heater giving off a peculiar warmed metal odor. That was the least of my concerns, however, as I saw everything just as I had left it. Everything Sid's family owned was frozen in time. The dining room table we'd all sat at on many occasions was dust-covered and supported an emaciated dead rat, which had all but turned to dust. The television, that bulky, oversized television set we'd all sat around to watch Sid's tapes and laud his creativity. It sat where it always had been, silently displaying a violent bombardment of black and white static. As I moved through the rooms, the sense of panic and discomfort within me only grew. Every fiber of my being was shouting, "Run! Run, you fucking idiot!" Still, I pressed on into Sid's bedroom. It was now empty and in disrepair. His prized action figures and blank videotapes, hundreds of videotapes, stale and water damaged. I almost wanted to call out, to shout, "Sid!" and wait for him to appear as if nothing was out of the ordinary. I went into his parents' bedroom. There, lying in the bed, were two motionless bodies, gaunt, gray, half turned to dust, just like the rat in the dining room. I could scarcely believe what I was seeing with my own eyes. Not only were there two dead bodies slowly dissipating within the confines of this once idyllic suburb household, but nobody had even checked on them. Nobody had discovered this until now. My mind raced. My heart raced. The only thing that wouldn't move were my feet, which remained glued to the spot. Sid, I thought, must have done this. There was no way the two of them would just lie down one night and simultaneously die of natural causes. Sid had said he didn't care about his parents, and when was the last time I'd seen them? God, I hadn't seen them for days. Maybe weeks before the last time I talked to Sid. When I finally left the room, I took out my cell phone and began dialing 911. However, as soon as I lifted it to my head, an ear-splitting shriek of interference nearly caused me to fling the object across the room. I rushed to the kitchen phone, squealing static. I tried the living room phone just to be thorough. Static. It wasn't until I put the receiver back down that I heard it. Music. Faint, barely audible music that I hadn't noticed before. It seemed to be some repeating melody. Happy and light. Some flutes, maybe a whole horn section. I followed the peppy tune to the in-house door to the garage. Pressing my ear to the door's dirty surface, I determined that the music was indeed coming from just beyond. "Sid?" I called out, barely managing to form the name with cold, bloodless lips. "Sid, are you in there? Are you alright?" I tried the door only to find it somehow locked from the other side. It was no matter, since the one wild kick nearly knocked the rotting wood off of its hinges. "Sid!" I shouted, as the dust slowly cleared. Through the haze, I could only see the light of a television screen. Vibrant colors: blue, green, yellow. Soon, I could make out a cartoon playing on the screen. Then the silver wires running from the set itself to some dark mass. Then the dark mass took shape as my eyes adjusted to the odd lighting. It was Sid, or rather, his body. Not dead nearly as long as his parents, seated in an old office chair. The wires from the television set led directly to his body, eventually disappearing into several old, crusted-over holes in his leathery flesh. Through a small, worm-eaten opening in his ribs, I thought I could see more metal inside of him. I walked to Sid's side, holding my hand over my mouth, for fear of vomiting. His face was twisted into a hideous, wide grin. His empty eye sockets almost seemed happy, hooded by a pleased brow line. "Hi there," I heard a jarring voice. The voice was upbeat, high-pitched. It sounded almost like Sid, but different, bubbly, cartoony. I turned to the screen. The green grass, the blue sky, the yellow flowers, and Sid. A perfect caricature of him. It strolled along the infinite loop of that utopian cartoon background. It waved to me. "Sid," I whispered. "Oh God, Sid." He, the cartoon version of him, turned his attention away from me and continued to merrily stroll across that unending cycle of the same backdrop. He passed a shrub, and passed it again, and again. The same bluebird, chirping happily, flew through the sky in a figure eight. "Sid." I shook my head, unable to comprehend the scenario. I never should have let you leave reality. I thought about what Sid had done to his mom and dad. I thought about how the bank would come by soon and this would all come to light. I watched Sid walk along for nearly a half hour. Then I unplugged the set. There we go. Interesting story. Kind of creepy. Very, very, very interesting. Mouse, I hope I read that in a way that made you happy since you recommended it. Interesting story. You slap the A24 logo on that, and people are eating that shit up. All right, we've got a poll going. Lost Episodes is what it was called. All right, 1 minute to vote. I just remember loving that it gives an interesting background to the Lost Episode story trope. It does, yeah. It was really interesting mythology to write. Truly. It was cool. I thought it was neat. I wasn't necessarily creeped out by it, but I think that it was... I like that it was written just like a post, like you'd find online. I think that was kind of neat. Music went hard for this one. Paid actor. Paid actor. Thank you so much. Royalty-free YouTube scary music. It did. Yeah, it did. It lined up That lined up pretty well in a couple of those scenes. So that was fun. Very fun. At the very least, it was entertaining, and I'd never read this specific story, so honestly, it was cool to experience something different. Like, truly. You know when a story is good and very interesting when chat just falls silent a little? Yeah, I was like, I kept looking over, I was like, man, is everyone just leaving the stream? I'm glad people locked in. I'm glad that people enjoyed that one. Actually, wait, now that I think about it, let me, for our final story of the night, since it is almost 3 a.m., we're going to go to one of the scariest places on the internet. We're going to go to youtube.com/Girbeagly. Author's really good at making his stories seem like actual posts. Yeah, it felt very authentic to like a forum post or something you'd see on Reddit on like No Sleep. Like when we went to the full gamut from the crappiest of phoned-in AI shartsticles to really well-written piece that had us all listening carefully, yeah. Or like, yeah, Tumblr. Yeah, Tumblr, very... Not wiki... Stop! We're going to youtube.com/Girbeagly. I'm going to look for Girbeagly Reads. Had a whole bunch of these. 18 of them. Let's see. Frickin' wiki feet. Alright. Turning that music off because I added my own production value to these. Some of these were from 10 years ago. Holy crap, man. I wish that a lot of horror didn't hinge upon neurodivergence. I have a very similar complaint about especially modern horror. Something that it has taken from old movies. It's been around for decades. I don't like the trope of, oh, are they crazy? Is this just a hysterical woman? Or is she actually seeing monsters and ghosts? Oh my gosh, that crazy woman. It's something that I don't dig about the movie Hereditary. I think that movie's really well shot. I love the premise of it. I think it's acted beyond work. Like, I love the acting in that movie. That movie goes hard as far as like acting goes, but it's hinging on the idea of, is this a hysterical woman dealing with her grief and freaking out, or is there actually something going on here? And that's such a tired trope to me. I know a lot of people love that movie, so this is a very unpopular opinion, hot take. And like I said, there's a lot to like about that movie. I understand that, but as someone who consumes a lot of horror, not my favorite trope. You know, you can say M. Night Shyamalan, yeah. Well, Ari Aster does it a little bit, but M. Night, yeah, is definitely the #1 offender of just offensive stereotypes in movies, for sure. And now, unfortunately, one of his daughters is taking the reins, because Morgan and I watched The Watchers recently, and oh my god, I wanted to die. Glad y'all were entertained by that one. It's not particularly scary, but one of those well-written stories. Yeah, it was a really interesting horror story. I dig that, for sure. Let's see, which one do I want to read or listen to first with y'all? There's a couple ones. They're kind of fun. Actually, wait. Why don't I have y'all on this screen with me? Here we go. the Watchers was so mind-numbing, and for what? It was so boring at times because people would just launch into these wall of text expositions. Read more of my very strong movie opinions over on Letterboxd. Same username of Girbeagly. You can follow me there. I have big opinions. I have big opinions about some shit. I'll let you know. I like that I used to have these descriptions too. Like, Girbeagly reads the portraits from 5 years ago. Life imitates art. Does kind of feel like it's making fun of how a lot of AFAB people historically and presently aren't believed in healthcare situations and their pain is often dismissed, right? Does sensationalize it. I get a lot of it is figurative as well, and there's a social commentary there to be had, but like, I just don't like the execution half the time, if that makes sense. So, yeah. All right, let's see here. I like this one, The Portraits. This was from 5 years ago. Slightly more recent work of mine. We'll make it full screen so y'all can really get the experience of old school YouTube. Here we go. Oh, with the old intro. Chat. 8's in the chat if you remember my old-ass intro. My little intro animation. I had this for years. Good God. Glenema, no. Good God. All right. This one's a short one. It's like a minute and a half.
Girbeagly.
There was a hunter in the woods who, after a long day hunting, was in the middle of an immense forest. It was getting dark, and having lost his bearings, he decided to head in one direction until he was clear of the increasingly oppressive foliage. After what seemed like hours, he came across a cabin in a small clearing. Realizing how dark it had grown, he decided to see if he could stay there for the night. He approached and found the door ajar. Nobody was inside. The hunter flopped down on the single bed, deciding to explain himself to the owner in the morning. As he looked around the inside of the cabin, he was surprised to see the walls adorned by several portraits, all painted in incredible detail. Without exception, they appeared to be staring down at him, their features twisted into looks of hatred and malice. Staring back, he grew increasingly uncomfortable. Making a concerted effort to ignore the many hateful faces, he turned to face the wall, and exhausted, he fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, the hunter awoke. He turned, blinking in an unexpected sunlight. Looking up, he discovered that the cabin had no portraits, only windows. Ooh, he thought they were hyper-realistic portraits, but they were windows. Why does it say you? You. Shouldn't have said you. No one gifted me 5 subs on Jordan's channel. So those were kind of fun. Those were kind of fun. I did, so that was, I think I had my Wave 3 5 years ago. I might have been using the Elgato Wave 3. That might have been my AT 2020. But that was a different microphone, obviously. So, no, it wasn't your, when your reflection's so bad it scares you. No, it was, so the idea was he laid down in the cabin, and it was a bunch of people standing in the windows staring in at him the whole time. I forgot about the Girbeagly intro. Yep. Staple on the channel for a long time, but you saw like the image fades in. That was just my thing. There's so many wrong room. These were mainly creepypastas.
Oh boy, 3 a.m.
It is actually 3 a.m. Isn't that wild? Arms was fun, but that's 8 minutes long. Oh yeah, this one 10,000 views. Wow, incredible. 10 years ago. That was relevant once upon a time. This one is here, guys, this is art. We wanted a silly one. I think I watched the Hidden Door in the Cellar one recently. That one was interesting. I kind of like that one, if I remember it properly. But this is
Girbeagly.
That's the even older. So this is 10 years old on my YouTube channel, everybody. This was the oldest one.
Hi, liberal. Nice autism. Did you get that from the autism store?
C'est une pique.
Thank you very much, Juby, for activating the #1 best alert I think that I have ever added onto this channel. Thank you. This intro makes your back hurt. How do you think I feel? Like, this is so old school. This is crazy. Video game science booze, because I started as a breaking down the science of video games channel and talking about alcohol. That's the different nature of YouTube a decade ago. Wild, right? All right.
Girbeagly.
When I was a child, one of my favorite television programs was The Muppet Show. Every night before I went to bed, I would tune into the show. I would always get so excited when my favorite character, Kermit, appeared. Right after dinner one night, I tuned in to see the green frog that always brought a smile to my face. The show started out normal, with Kermit introducing a special guest star. However, things turned a little strange when Kermit introduced the special guest star, Satan. And instead of the normal happy singing, there was no sound at all. Instead, the camera faded into a black and white doorway. As the camera inched closer and closer, I began to hear small bits of white noise. It then cut to a scene of Kermit in front of the standard red theater curtains. There were several things out of place, however. Kermit's head seemed warped and longer than usual. The colors he was composed of were now different and darker. The bricks were also covered with a very bright substance which seemed to be carelessly splattered about the wall. Kermit did not say anything. Instead, he just stared blankly at the camera, barely moving. I'm not quite sure how long the scene lasted, but to me it seemed to go on forever. Finally, the scene transitioned to a very dimly lit room that seemed to be someone's attic. The film was in black and white again, and the only source of light came from behind some boxes in the back. The room was very dirty and had random objects scattered across the floor. There was a dirty old projector toppled over in the middle of the room as well. I stared at it for a bit until something suddenly moved behind it. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. An overstretched, limbless, and filthy Kermit puppet was being slowly dragged across the floor by an unseen force. It looked lifeless until the head began to crane towards the camera, even though no one was puppeteering it. It took ages for the poor frog's gaze to finally reach me.
Gaze!
But as soon as
Oh!
it did, the program
The
cut to
captions.
static.
Gaze
I
winning!
sat in silence, frozen by fright and staring at the TV. To this day, I still don't have a clue what happened that night. The Muppet Show will always be one of my favorite television shows, but it'll never be quite the same because of that fateful night.
Yeah, hi, it's me, Venom, from the hit movie Venom. Yeah, gay frogs. Hell yeah. That was, I put that up 10 years ago as a joke, and there was so many comments on it. There's 64 comments on it, and some of them, it's an awesome Kermit voice, thank you. Please dress up as Kermit one day. Good God. There were so many comments that were like, that was actually scary. Like I said, back in the day, the type of people attracted to the YouTube channel were very different. Very, very different. Very different vibe over there. Ooh, here's another one that I really love. This is also from 10 years ago. It's called The Wrong Room. Prep yourselves for a scary story. Also, I was using a headset microphone for these videos back when these were being recorded. I did not have a real microphone. I refused to use one. I used a headset mic. It was the worst thing. Terrible decision. I don't know why I ever did that. Yeah, people's standards were on the floor. Truly, though.
Girbeagly.
The wrong room. You get back to your apartment after a long day's work and want to get inside and rest. You're about to pull out your keys and unlock the door, but you notice it's open. Turning the doorknob and stepping inside, you notice something different. You stand in the doorway trying to figure it out. Then it hits you. This isn't your room. As you turn to leave, something catches your eye. There's a man hunched over a dish of flesh, eating it with his bare hands, tearing into it as a wild animal would with its prey.
With his bare hands.
Red drips down the side of his mouth, and the smell emanating from it is sickening. You're paralyzed by the sight. Unconsciously, you start covering your nose and mouth. This accidentally bumps your elbow against the doorway. You freeze. He stops eating. There's something wrong. He looks up and starts searching for the source of the noise. His eyes scan the room until they find you. Your legs start moving on their own and you find yourself running away from that room and the horrors within it. The man silently stands up, locks the door, sits back down, grabs another slice of pizza, and mutters quietly to himself, "Crazy vegans."
So this is a good time capsule of the types of videos that a lot of people made like 10 years ago. It was just, that was the culture. People wanted shit like that. That was how videos were edited. That was just, God, what a time to be alive. That's all I'll say. If you missed it, I'm sorry. For a second, I started thinking about the start of the Shia LaBeouf song. You mean the actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf? Back in the day, we used to be scared way easier. Scientifically speaking, as a society, we were becoming more and more desensitized to horror. Like when Psycho first came out, people were genuinely terrified, had nightmares, etc. Now it's something that even gets parodied in children's cartoons. True! Very true, but that also said, Psycho, I remember I saw that when I was in middle school, and it took me like, I don't know, like a month to not be afraid of taking a shower. I was so scared of that movie. That scene creeped me the hell. It's also it's still a classic because it plays into the primal fear of being attacked while you're naked, like being like stabbed to death while you're naked. Because like, what are you gonna do? You're like in the most vulnerable state. You can't fight back, kind of vibe. So, I remember that was something that as a kid I was like, oh my god, like what would you do? Like, how would you fight that off? It's scary. Anyway, chat. It is way too fucking late. Again, sorry for the late start. I know that we had a lot of people who started in the stream who are probably now asleep. But for those of you who are still here, thank you so much for vibing. Thanks so much for chilling. I hope you had a good time. This was very, very fun. I'm probably not going to raid anybody just because it is later than, I don't know, anyone should be up. That said, who's doing what tonight? If you guys want a soft raid over to, Julian is doing Fall Guys. That's cool. Jordan is doing horror games. And Lopes is doing Silent Hill 2. You got some options, whether you want to go cozy, chill in Julian's stream, or you want to get some creepy stuff going with Jordan or Lopes. Those are my suggestions. Obviously, if you're going to bed, I hope you get some good rest. If you're going off to do something else off the internet, I hope that you find much success with that. Regardless of what you do or where you go, please be mindful, kind representatives of this community, for sure. Thank you for the scary stories. This was fun. I'm so glad you thought so. Brian distracted me from my pie, and now I must heat up my pie. Well, I hope that goes well. Jordan's fear-a-thoning. It's because he's insane and doesn't know how to take a break and needs to do some big event before his other big event. And now he's sucking the well dry. Where's all the subs for the rest of us little guys? What's that about? Anyway, I'm going to get going. Thank you so much for hanging out. This was super fun. I had a blast. It's kind of crazy, too, that Paranormal Detours in a week. Normally, I start getting, like, prepped for it, but because this one's going to be essentially, like, way closer to me, like, more or less in my backyard compared to the other ones, I'm just chilling. I'm very excited for it, though. It's going to be fun. I can't wait to be let loose in my full gremlin form in a much larger venue. I think it's going to be a good time. It's going to be really, really fun. Anyway, hope y'all got a kick out of this, whether you have not experienced a lot of creepypastas before, and you're like, whoa, that's cool. Like all the old school writing that used to be on the internet. I mean, it's still on the internet in other forms, but like creepypasta was the place for scary stories back in the day. If you are living out your nostalgia through this stream, I hope you had a great time. I definitely, I remembered some of those. I didn't remember some of those. That was fun. I hope we get a chance to read, the Disney ones and the, major video game ones and stuff. Those are really funny and really fun. And also sometimes actually kind of creepy. Like, a lot of people build on those primal fears, that kind of thing. Thank you for the stream and bedtime stories. Yes, I'm sorry I wasn't in mommy mode tonight. I apologize that I didn't get to do a Femme Friday. We crammed our day way too full with stuff, and that's, just bad timing on Morgan and my part. But Sunday, if you didn't keep track of this, Sunday, I will 100% be doing Femme Fun Day. Selfish Sunday, Femme Fun Day, right? So that will be good. I will, I don't know what I'm going to be doing yet. We're going to obviously be doing media review, so if you got clips and, memes and stuff, put them in the Selfish Sunday media chat room on the Discord. That should be very fun, and then we'll figure it out. Tomorrow, we are going to Morgan's best friend's daughter's birthday party, and then whenever that's done, I'll be home to hopefully, do something. Probably beat Crow Country, because I was going to do that tonight, but because I started so late, I didn't get to fit in both creepypastas and that. So Saturday, tomorrow, probably doing some Crow Country. I think that would be fun. Could probably beat that. Another option for creepypastas could be watching Are You Scared episodes. Ooh, yeah, could be. That'd be kind of dope. Let's see here. Give me 1 second also. Thanks for the stream. It was a good time. I know most people just lurked throughout this and listened to the stories, and I hope that you all had just a good time doing that, because that was a blast for me as well. What was it that I was going to point out is something... That was great, though. Yeah, I love going through internet history with the community. Some of those were actually still, you know, they held up. Some of them were really actually very creepy. Yeah, I mean, I have a ton of horror games I owe y'all. Casting of Frank Stone, Until Dawn got earned recently. We got... Slay the Princess. Slay the Princess. I gotta hit up my contact because he still has not sent the key. We got PSL stuff going on this month as well. I think that'll be kind of fun. That can also happen in November, though. Pumpkin carving sometime this month for sure. Chat picks my outfit. Magician stream. All sorts of funny things. All sorts of fun things on their way. Crow Country. Yep. I'm so glad that you're excited for Crow Country. You know, like the distinction of a landmass and whatever. Oh, anyway, I'm gonna get going. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, I remember the other one we're doing this month. Get ready for this one. We have to spend a stream, maybe tomorrow before I get into Crow Country. We set up a bingo board because I want to set up a bingo board because we're gonna do Ghost Files bingo. Was another thing that people earned. One of the first incentives we earned actually at the start of people going wacky with the subs and the tips and stuff a few months ago. So that would be fun because we can set up stuff like Shane taunts tries to fight the ghosts. Ryan does his nervous laugh when he's very clearly scared. Stuff like that would be kind of great, and then we can use the software that like mixes up and creates the bingo boards for that. That would be kind of cool. So we can come up with ideas, brainstorm ideas together on stream, and then y'all can make bingo boards, and we can do that sometime within the next few days. Probably would be great. So let's do the planning for that tomorrow, and then try to beat Crow Country. I think that sounds like a good Saturday night. And then Sunday, media review and all sorts of other fun things. Thank you so much for spending your night here. All of you are amazing. I really appreciate your company. Everyone was such good company tonight. I just said that word like 3 times in the course of 30 seconds. Awesome. I'm going to go rest my voice. I'm going to go get a snack and go to bed because I got to be up early tomorrow. I should not have streamed this late, for sure. Anyway, thank you all so much. Thank you so much for chilling. Hope that you enjoyed. Thank you for the follows, bits, subs, resubs, gifted subs, tips, anything that came through here tonight. Obviously keeps a roof over my head and food on my plate and my electricity and internet going so I can keep streaming forever. Thank you so much. All of you. Xander, listen, you got to be known for something, right? You got to be known for something in the world. So that's your legacy. Here lies Xander, creator of Crow Country. Thank you all, wherever you go, disperse to. I hope you have a lovely, lovely weekend. I hope that I was able to kick you off with some good vibes here for the weekend. You're all awesome people. Just be, kind, mindful, awesome people. That I don't have to remind you of that. Anyway, thank you so very much. Great chatting. I hope you had a good time lurking. If you were someone who just chilled and listened to the bedtime stories, have an absolutely wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, whatever it may be for you. All of you are the best in the world. I'm going to get out of here, and you should too. Finger hearts as usual. All of you are the best. See ya in the next one. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. 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 Take care of yourselves. You deserve it.